Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Northern League of Legends Championship Summer Split Playoffs. We're finally on playoffs, and this is the good time. There's no more, oh, we missed this. No. You have a Guardian Angel if you're part of the upper bracket. If you're in the lower bracket, you lose. You get promoted to viewer. I will be your host for the day, but I can't do this by myself, and this is why I'm bringing in reinforcements. Trouble and Duckling, welcome. I'm happy. We got playoffs. I'm so happy.
Okay, I was muted. Hello. That was. See,
No.
I caught it so quickly.
She's learning.
The point still stands. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Right, we are finally into playoffs. Fearless will come into effect again, with it obviously being best of threes here today. And I'm excited to see if we have any upsets, because in particular that first series, it would be a gargantuan one if things were to go the way we don't expect.
You know what? Before we continue, Duck, your beard is looking amazing.
And
You
your
know-
hair.
Yeah.
I have. Thank you, Trouble.
Keep that in mind, because I will never say anything nice to you again. I'm kidding. As we move on with the show,
That
we
was
were
it.
talking
Your
about
quote has
yeah,
been
that
filled.
was it. Okay, so let's talk about what we have for today. You were talking about the first cities being so interesting, so might as well show it to everybody. There you go.
Hey.
So we're gonna start with Lo Ratones versus Chaos, then Nord versus Bulldog. This is the cities of today. Don't change this yet. Tomorrow it's gonna be Rich Gang versus DMG and Verdant versus Venomcrest. There is a bet going on for Verdant and Venomcrest. I need to highlight this to the entire community. If Verdant wins 2-0, everything is nice and fine. If Venomcrest gets a game from them,
We get a green hair. analyst.
Eragon will go green on his hair.
That's crazy. Fair enough.
Right?
Respect the
I think it would
commitment.
suit him. I think depending on like the shade of green. If he goes Weibo jersey green, not so much. So he's gonna have to be like wise with his color choice.
Anything, Duckling. I have no idea. I just heard green in a lot of other things.
Wait, was that not coming through? Okay. All right, cool. I was talking about Weibo's jersey green. That's not a very good shade. No shade to Weibo. Love you, Weibo, but hey, probably not that
Hey.
color.
For everyone else, keep in mind that this is playoff stage that are being fought online, but you do have the opportunity to go offline with us on Leagues Disrupt. We're going to Sweden, Stockholm, and we're gonna have a beautiful day. It's gonna be at the end of August, an entire day just to celebrate League of Legends and gaming and much more. And before we continue, okay, we've been talking, and we're back, okay. So, before we continue, we've been talking about Leagues Disrupt, and we're gonna have artists there, which means we're gonna have music. So I'm finally allowed to introduce the first one. This is an exclusive music for the NLC, brought in by one of the greatest artists right now in the music industry. You have no idea what's about to happen, but I do apologize for it. Take it away.
We're in Sweden.
In the north, where the ping is low and the egos are high, there is only one rule, baby. Shut up this round. Shut up this round. Shut up this round. Shut up this round. Ooh. Ha ha ha. We back at the dream in a dodgy old strap. Got chaos in my trunk and the rat in my hat. The GPS in danger, but I proxy like a chef. It's bossy time, baby. That's a good death. Got chased by bulldogs, no bark, no bite. Told to touch some grass, but that's on Verdant's side. Could have gone bot, but I followed my feeling. Guess what, baby? We're in Sweden. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game, but it's more than a feeling. We're breaking the silence, volume increase. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Leagues Disrupt. We fight through the pain, cause we call that healing. From Solo Q to the northern region, they fight for the glory, the thrill. So just shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Leagues Disrupt. Ooh. Wait, you're not convinced yet? Okay, let me tell you why you need that ticket. Double time. Reddy's got a plan, but it's looking kinda sus. I'm toxic like sins, like ping as I run. We're from the north with the dodge fights. You might say our draft is weird. Hey, we won him here twice. Lo Raton is quick, sneak on the right on the highs. We got Crown is cooking with a snap, super size. Valley be lurking in jungle, so sick in my thickest are the game when he shows that puppy pick. Lucky the north so storm in July. Young cuz gets first blood, blink once and you die. Bring lashes back, shares like a Marvel arc. Visa such a split, pushing and we call that art. I'm spitting like ass, got skill in my shots, critiquing harder than shanks when she pops. So it says the IDLs are on a decline. Esports usually get views with us as a headline. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game.
We are happy to announce Lo Raton will be on Leagues Disrupt, and yeah, I'm so sorry, I have no idea.
Absolute cinema,
You know what? I love you for being so freaking cringe, man. That's what we needed. That's what we needed.
I've embraced it. It's time to embrace the cringe, and it's also time for the game show.
Oh, no.
Trouble Link
Dun, dun, dun.
Duckling. Last one, Duckling. You were amazing, but this one, can you do it? Who am I? Quote edition. I'll send you a quote, you tell me the champion, you're gonna miss, I'll give you another quote. As we go, the quotes get easier. Are we ready for this? First one. Do not try my patience.
Did you do it with the champion's accent?
That
as
was
well?
was that with the
was-
champion voice?
No, I have to. Do not try my patience.
Hold up.
I mean, the way you're making the voice sound, I'm thinking of Tarek.
Go for it.
Gems.
Go for
I'm
it.
gonna say. But I
Is
was
that
thinking
Tarek?
Abessa initially. Yeah, I'm gonna say Tarek. Screw it.
I don't think Abessa has that voice, but it's not Tarek. Let's go for another one. Charisma
Ah.
is
Oh,
not.
okay,
Yes,
okay.
trouble. I saw the hand first. Yes,
It has to be Azir, no?
Yeah, it has to. It has to. If it's not,
it
it's
would
great.
be so cool if it was, but it's not.
What?
Debated. Last quote. The cycle of life
Oh, yeah,
continues.
I got it.
Duckling.
That's Nasus. That's Nasus.
That's
Cycle of
Nasus.
life
It
and
is.
death.
It is. Yes,
Ah,
you
okay,
got
okay.
it. 1 point for Duckling.
I don't
Okay.
play with much noise in my league game. Like, I have it very quiet so I can, like,
Noise?
listen to podcast. Yeah, so I don't hear the quotes very often. I suck at this compared to what I absolutely destroyed Yamada in last week. Like, I feel like I should have known this in advance. I would have practiced.
Well, you know what? Let's go for the second champion. Consequences only matter if I don't get away. Yeah.
I
Oh,
see.
oh, I thought you were gonna go. I
And
thought I got
I
I was
debated.
fixing my hair.
I'll have a guess.
Tell me, Duckling.
I think
Yes.
that could be Tristana, right? She's a bit of like, I could go in and if I can get away, it'll be okay.
That would be fun, but it's not a Yordle. It's not a Yordle. Now listen to this. You see this cape? Ha! I say, goddamn, I'm sexy.
Oh!
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Go on.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yes.
Yeah, I was waiting
It's
for you to
Rakan!
get-
It's Rakan.
It's Rakan.
It's
I even play
Rakan.
that. That's one of my most played champions.
We'll
That's
get
my bad.
noise in league and probably we'll get some points.
maybe I'll turn on
2-1
my audio.
for Trouble because she got it on the second clue. Keep in mind, the sooner you get it, the more points you get it. 2-1 so far. Third one. I will not hide behind another shield. This is not an easy one.
I mean, that has to be Brawl, no? He
Yes,
puts up a
Trouble.
shield. What? I had on my hand!
Irelia. Oh.
Oh, Irelia, Duckling, you would say...
I would say Braum. because
Yeah,
he
but
puts
it's
up a
wrong.
shield.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's wrong. Both of you.
But
Don't
Brom
worry.
stands behind his own shield.
Yeah, but he will not
Yeah.
stand behind another shield. That's his shield.
Oh,
It's a door.
Protecting.
Me.
Okay, Trouble?
Karma.
No.
Okay, whatever.
Okay,
He was listening.
let's go. Second clue. Fight or make room for those who will.
Nah, I'm not actually.
Oh
I
my
don't feel
God.
confident at all. I don't know this. I suck at this,
Fight.
man.
or
Trouble,
make
you can
room
get
for
4
those
points.
who will. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Can I take a
Okay.
guess?
I play the champ.
Duckling, yeah, take a guess.
Seth, he's about fighting.
No. Trouble, listen. Fight or
Shinzao?
make
Shinzao.
room. Ah, no.
Anyway.
Let's go for the last one. Bristle seems hungry today. Who's Bristle?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
A broom?
Is it Can I guess?
Okay, this is a good clue. Keep in mind, if there's another thing, it means that it's a mount.
Yeah. Who else?
In the likes of
It's not Scarl.
Nuno.
Yeah, Nuno.
In the likes
Willem,
of
Scarl,
Kleds.
Who else?
Yes,
right?
Trouble. I see a hand. Huh?
Rel?
Rel? No, no,
a
no.
Ah, okay, I know who it is. I know 100%. I got it.
Tell
Sejuani.
me.
It's
Sejuani, 3 points for Trouble.
Why
One
are you
for
saying with that
Duckling.
manly of a voice? That's not how Sejuani sounds.
Do you need to go like this?
Yeah, I would actually like that.
Sejuani
I will
doesn't sound
do
like
it.
this either.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Okay. Next one. Now we're cooking.
Is that Heimerdinge?
No. But I see why you think
Now
it
we're
was with this sort of voice.
Maybe he's just, down with the kids when he's cooking up experiments, like in Arcane. Now we're cooking when they find the hex gate. Like, who knows?
But it's not.
Okay, yeah, I don't know any more guesses.
Hey,
Second
what?
one. Yeah.
What?
This is gonna be bumpy.
Dude, what are we?
I know this.
You know this. We know this. It has been spammed. It's in the meta.
It's in the meta. Why are
It's
you giving
in
away
the
extra
meta.
things here? I don't
With
know,
this,
I
we
suck.
yes, trouble.
Talia.
Of course.
No.
What is that not Talia? That sounds like a very
but
good
it's
guess.
not.
Of course, that's
Okay,
a very
last
good
one.
guess.
Who are you calling little?
No, but he's not in the meta then. This is horrible.
Say it. Oh! Me!
Yeah.
Rumble!
Rumble! 4
of
points for trouble!
Oh, yeah.
For
Do
one!
you know what? It doesn't matter what I say, whether it's the correct name or not. Declan's like, oh, of course, I knew that.
I was thinking
You
Vega.
saw the
I was
one
thinking
of
Vega. But
Talia.
That was the only yodel. That was the only yodel that was in the meta then. I guess. I don't know.
When you said to leave, was like, oh, of course.
That was a very good guess. It's a bumpy ride. She rides on a wall, which is bumpy. I thought
Last
that was a
one,
very
it's
good
the
guess.
hardest one.
Okay.
I don't mean to sound arrogant, but I'm extremely good at everything. What sort of personality says this? Not on meta. Trouble Link.
Draven.
No.
Nah, I would go with a different voice. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna
It's
take
a little
take
bit
both
more,
my hands up here. I'm gonna have
feminine.
to guess. I need 3 points.
Duckling.
So
Yeah.
it's one of these, who's so confident?
Yeah.
Okay, Aurora maybe? No. Zoe? I don't know.
Well, let's go for the second one.
I have one more.
You are right to fear my greatness.
I'm sorry, man. These are
She's
not
so
good.
confident. She's
I've
so,
never-
empowered. She.
I have 2 choices.
Yes.
One
Trouble.
is Samira.
No.
The other one would be Lysandra.
Nah. Last one.
Far off.
Think
I'm
about
super
this.
far
This
off
is
a while.
important. Not my fault. They should have bowed. So we call it about kings and queens, Duckling.
I'm thinking I'm better, right? Leading Noxus.
Not Noxus.
Not my fault.
Think about the elements.
The element.
Like
And I'm not. So the team that Reckless played in the
Like-
2015 spring split that was completely doomed or what?
trouble.
Ash.
No. She's so good at
queen.
everything. It's like she has
I got
the
it. Kiana,
perfect.
Kiana.
Duckling, you got
Hey.
it. 4-2. Duckling got 2 points. Trouble
Was that
got
the
4
last one?
points. Yeah, that was the last one.
Where's the extra bonus points? You always win if you win the last question, right?
Okay,
It was 16
4-3.
points last week.
I'll give you 2 points then. It's still.
This is so rigged. That is so rigged. The last round can always change the game, and you've lied. Last week it was 16 points. I'm filing a complaint to HR. I will not stand for this. This is
You know-
slandered.
Okay.
You can always send an
message
email.
Asher at the nlcspam.com.
That's the email, Duckling. Ashram@NLC Spam. As we move forward. Oh, we got another game show now. As we move forward, let's talk about what we have for the day. The second game of the day is going to be North versus Bulldog. Let's talk a little bit about them before we head on to the game of today. How do we even start this? Because when you look into Bulldog, it's a new dog. It's a new dog in town.
I mean, yeah, they pretty much replaced everyone, right? Everyone except Kasing. And I felt like it would have been a pretty difficult task to do, to just find better people, right? My eyes go straight to Miatek that was there, the Exofang. Exofang was like the it factor, the star quality that the roster needed. Of course, right next to Kasing for experience. And right now, I'm gonna have to be honest, I'm still looking for that quality star power that this Bulldog esports roster has to offer.
I'm excited about this Bulldog roster, right? Because it had the unknown factor. We talked about that in the first week in the young rookies. But also bringing back someone like Painful, who did very much excite me in his first split in the league 1 year ago when he was on Venomcrest and made playoffs on a brand new roster. Then he had a stint at Natives, though, and that didn't go that well. And maybe I lost faith in him. I think maybe other teams did as well, because he had to go to the Benelux. Historically, one of the worst ERLs. But he's quite clearly improved there. He's really stepped up his game coming back. And while we've been talking so much about these young rookies, we can't fail to recognize the excellent work I think he's done in the mid lane.
I do believe we agree on something. This new roster of Bulldog, even though they're not achieving like the biggest success so far, they have showed so much potential. They have been close to achieve something, but it's always missing. Where do we start? Trouble, I think you brought something when we were talking about them. It's like a new dog, but it's almost like the same breed, because the early game...
It's like a new old dog kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the one thing that was always a sore point for Bulldog was the early game. I feel like, think back, Winter Split on the lane swap meta, it was like Kasing kind of like roaming the map trying to put out fires, and the early game was just not thriving. And then we go over to spring and we're like, hey, they don't need to swap anymore. Surely they're really good at the early, right? And it didn't work again. And we kind of have like the same flavor of Bulldog again. Like their early games kind of suck most of the time.
Yeah,
Duckling, when you look at this, continue.
It's not the greatest. I think the word that describes this Bulldog roster so far is resilience, right? They're able to keep their heads calm even when the early game isn't going their way, and it's just one lane. It's as a unit they're really failing. But we saw that just last week, right? They went behind in both of the early games against DMG and Lightside. Ended up winning both games, and that's why they're here now playing against Nord. So I feel like this roster is very resilient, and I don't want to say rely on individuals, but they're team fighting as a whole. And then that one winning condition they have in this game, for example, it was painful. Syndra was so good.
Yeah, they do have a higher task today to fight against Nord, but when we look into this a little bit more in-depth, Trouble, would you be able to help us to get a better reading on what the Bulldogs are bringing and how to fix this?
Yeah, I wanted to actually bring in a clip to break down, and if we can start the clip by just pausing it straight off, I want to say that usually Bulldog esports find their way back into the games through pure team fighting, and this is not a very good position to team fight. I want you to look on the scoreboard down there. 205 on Talia, there's a fed Pantheon, there's a really fed Corki 3, 1 and 4 on the set of LLS. As we're playing the clip, you will see that Bulldog esports have actually spotted LLS coming through around, and Dream right here does something which I will call, if we pause it right now, baiting the enemy straight into a 4-man ult by Kasing. And I feel like this is why I call it more for like a support star quality in terms of finding their way back. They remind me a lot of Mad Lions back when they won the LEC, where you'd have support finding those angles, finding those flanks with the big ults. We can continue this replay right here, and Kasing finding the angle, Dream ends up getting the triple kill from that, and this is how Bulldog esports turned this whole game around. Mind you, this game was so important because you could have caused tiebreakers. If LLS win here, we could have had like a completely different iteration of what the playoffs bracket looks like right now, right?
Yeah.
And Bulldog esports managed to take that one from their teeth and bring it back home.
So there's a way to fix it. I do enjoy watching Dream on the more, getting those AD carries that can move, that can be more active on the late game as well. And you were talking about this, Duckling, about the mid laner. We were talking about Painful, so might as well bring it up and what he brings into the table, because his Syndra is kind of scary.
Yeah, his first week was a bit quiet returning, and I was worried that maybe he wasn't up to the task. But wow, this Syndra game to kick off game 1 they had on the second day. Absolutely impeccable, and not just, I put out a good amount of damage, I was a carry, but I couldn't carry the team fights. His positioning in those team fights was excellent as well. I sadly don't have any clips to back this up, but man, were they a joy to watch. I thought he delightfully glided around the fights, picked the right targets, and I think the numbers at the very least tell that story, because look at that damage percent. There are 5 players on the team. He did 1/3 of the damage. 12,000, not 12,000, 1,200 a minute. Wow, insane.
Here's the sources. Trust me, bro. Just trust Duckling, guys. Doesn't have the clips to back it up, but just trust Duckling, guys. He was actually really
trust
good
the
at this
numbers.
game,
They showed that story
I
too.
remember that I was casting that game, and I said, I don't think anyone has that star quality yet for Bulldog esports, and then Painful shows up with this game on Syndra, and I was like, you know what? I'll shut up because I was straight up wrong.
I wasn't aware of your game, Painful. Okay,
Yeah,
you
exactly,
do you,
exactly.
boss. But we do have to talk about the blue elephant in the room, which is Nord right now, which is that power team and what they can bring into the table. I do believe we should start with the way they've been drafting and what they can achieve with this new roster as well.
Yeah, I feel like these drafts are here. The top two are the ones that they have won on, and the bottom is the one that they have lost. Now, obviously, I'm not just going to stick on the fact that it's like a Vi plus a Syndra, right? A bit more of an aggro mid-jungle duo. But I will say that I kind of like really like those side lanes for Chachi, like the more pushy, more tanky kind of deal. And then you've got either a lot of control through the bot lane and scaling, or vice versa. You see there's a lot of control through the Ziggs and a lot of scaling through the Sivir. There's a lot of scaling through the Azir and a lot of pushing power for that bot lane through the Varus, right? So they do have avenues that they can play through where they get priority in the game, and then Jankos can be the defining factor with his ganks on the Trundle and the Javan respectively.
And I think it is something we'll see today on the mid lane, as if we stick with these control mages, because that's not the style I expected when we came into this split with Sryru in the mid lane, who is more of this shotgun style mid lane that we talk so much about with Ping, right? You want the Aurora, you want the Ahri, you want the agency to really team up with your jungler and take control of the map, but he's done outside of that Syndra game that wasn't very good, a phenomenal job on the more control-oriented mages, scaled up well. The 6 obviously risen in priority with the massive buffs, and to be able to adapt to that playstyle, I think is a very good sign of what Sryru brings to this team.
It's a terrifying team, and when we look into the bot lane to give him some more, we talked about the rest of the map. Hido, he's back and he's looking scary, and he has a career. Not a lot of people are aware of this, but he's kind of scary.
I mean, it's not the first time he's on Nord, right? That first time was so nice. He had to do it twice. 2023 summer, if I take your mind back, Nord hadn't built a super team on paper, but Oman and Hido really turned out to be the standout players. On a roster where we didn't expect all too much, they barely limped into playoffs, made a miracle run all the way to finals, and a big reason of that was Hido. You can see it in the damage numbers here as well. He was consistent in a team that was anything but that in the regular season. 3 pentakills in one split. Is absolutely ludicrous as well. And after his stint now in the LFL, I'm so excited to have him back, and he might go a bit under the radar with all the star names they have. We have to give credit because he is very consistent.
Yeah,
So
I feel
keep
like
in mind-
Hido is kind
yeah,
of
tell
like
me.
the Velia for Nord, right? Yeah, I'm just kidding. I feel like he's done a fantastic job actually putting himself out and more in front of the rest of the roster, right? Because I felt like, if anything, I see this new roster from Nord and I'm like, this looks like an upgrade on all fronts for them, and I feel like Hiro sort of keeping him more under the radar, but being that constant power that carries through that late game is exactly what they needed.
Well, so keep that in mind as we jump into the second game of today, but that's after LR versus Chaos. This is the one we have in front of us. It's going to be the first match of playoffs as well. Lo Raton is defending the title twice in a row after the Mia Masters as well. We saw it in the music. Let's start with Chaos, okay? Is there a way for Chaos to win this? We gotta be honest.
I mean, they are the pride of Denmark, so of course there are ways. I'm not delusional, right? You could say Vayu, he could get his Teemo. If Rai finds his 2021 NLC form, you could play through Scuffed. I mean, he's played for my team. Of course he's the GOAT, man. Or you could make LR believe that this is, their upper bracket game in the group stage of EMEA Masters. They always lose those. You can make them do full role swap, maybe play all random champions like T1 did when Lo Raton played them. You could also just give the win automatically to the team with the most Danes, Chaos. They've got 5. Maybe we do it simple, right? Unplug their monitors of Lo Raton's. We could force them to play with a controller, pull out the PS4 controller, maybe try and play League from there. How can you do that, Baus? Play the game on Earth, but only for Chaos' side, so they have 80% cooldown reduction and they just go absolutely crazy. You could also assemble the Danish Avengers, make them all get a power outage. That's the way you could do it. You could divide Wonder, Broxa, Caps, Bjergsen, and Sven maybe all to play tandem mode, so you have 10 Danes, double the dynamite. I mean, there are many ways Chaos can win this game. I'm not delusional, guys. I think they got it.
I've never seen so much copium in a room.
He just half of this roster he called in is retired, by the way. So this would be perfect for the NLC. This would be fantastic.
Fitting in brand.
When you bring all of this, there's also another way. Venom Crest tried this before, which is go for one. Take away his champion pool.
If anything, realistically, I think this was the most funny, most creative thing that a team has ever done. That was from Venom Crest back in spring. They actually picked 5 Baus champions. It was really funny because I went onto Cato's team and he's like, oh, F. Like, we picked Volibear and Vi on our team, they picked 5, and then they have 3 more bans for game 2. Are we cooked? Wasn't quite the case, but I think it was really funny to see it sort of like unfold on the wrist and see also how far they can push Baus in terms of his champion pool.
Before the top lane, Duckling, you had a whole argument about the Teemo, for instance. It's a reality, and there's a few champions. Like you're stealing away from Baus, you're giving Vayu his comfortable champions as well, no?
Yeah, I mean, right, it's a double combo deal, right? If you can deny Baus one of his great champions, but also play something you're very comfortable with, I think Vayu has been fun to watch. He's a bit of an intriguing player, right? Always forcing the Teemo ban, playing things like the Kled to the GP to the Yawn. Very versatile in his playstyle, and for Chaos, who haven't had an impressive split so far, he's someone who I think has been fun to watch, and maybe he could pull out something up his sleeve here and there, surprise us all a little bit.
If there's a way to see a Teemo, tell me.
Yeah, well, I've actually been really excited about his Poppy as well. I feel like when he's on Poppy, he's like a completely different monster. And a lot of the champions that Ella plays have like a lot of dashes, a lot of engages, a lot of disengages, unless they pick Brom, right? And then they fall into we have 0 engage, absolutely not kind of trap. But anything else, like the Azirs, the heavy engagers, like the Vi's and everything, they have a lot of dashes. And I think like Poppy from Vayu, we even made a highlight over back in spring of how good it actually was, no matter the matchup you put it into.
Yeah, I think the big thing to really summarize this series is, you heard it with my Copium, right? If Chaos take just one game here, they're walking away as victors, man. What this would mean for them, who really looks like a struggling team in the group stage. We saw Scuff's tweet as well. They've had some issues. They haven't been able to scrim as much due to a PC being boom. He was sick last week. You know, it's not been going well for them. And if they go into the lower bracket with even just one game taken away from Lo Raton's, the momentum that would give into what is a crucial time for Chaos, because they're still potentially battling relegations.
And this is the team they have to face. This is the team that has been destroying the entire ERL system, including EMEA. When we look into this, I would like to highlight a little bit fast as possible, which is the Nidalee from Velia. He always wants to play that. He got away with it. And we have to highlight this individual.
He actually said on his stream he was literally just a buff bot in this particular game where he played the Nidalee. But it doesn't matter because he does this! This game went to 54 minutes in and Velia wins the 50-50 on the Elder Dragon. So nothing matters. That's whether he's a buff bot or not. His teammates can actually use that Elder buff to wipe off Verdant right here. And that was a game that was a nail biter all the way to the end. Super fun to see if they're going to actually meet again into playoffs. First off though, they just kind of have to face Chaos.
Yeah, first game will start in a few seconds. We're just waiting for the teams to be ready to press the play, and we'll jump into Champion Select. It's going to be Chaos versus LR. Expected to go LR way, but there's always a way to make this fun if we bring a little bit of Chaos into the equation. I think, in my opinion, I don't know if you both agree, you gotta go wild. You gotta go wild. You can't play safe. You have to go all in.
Yeah, I think my speech earlier made it very clear that there needs something extraordinary here for Chaos to even be able to take a game. I'm not gonna lie, as the Danish Copium minister, my Copium tank is almost empty trying to find ways to win this game, right? Like it would have to be one of the biggest upsets in NLC history, and I've seen quite a few in my time here, if Chaos take a game, because they haven't been able to practice much due to the PC issues. You know, and that really hurts them, right? Because they did change the mid laner. He's the guy they want to play around. That was the plan of the team, because he can put in more hours than the rest. And when they then can practice to learn how to play around him, how are you going to find a win condition? And now you're going up against the back-to-back EMEA Masters champions. The Denmark buffs needs to have reached unfathomable heights if you're going to walk away with even one game here.
You love your country, but...
I can just imagine everyone sort of like with taped wires on their brain just sending power over to Chaos.
Like Dragon Ball, take it away, Chaos.
Yeah.
No Teemo. Okay.
Straight into the draft, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 top lane bans so far. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw like a 5th even, but Azir for Nemesis, Syndra for Nemesis have been 2 champions that LR is more than happy to be one right here. And I do know that Nemesis actually thinks that Syndra's probably like one of the best champions in the meta right now, so they've been more than willing to be one that one.
Take it away. Make it comfortable. Take away the Syndra. Ooh, it's a Jhin. I know Crowny goes back to it, but...
Yeah, I don't feel like it's the biggest game changer, right? It's something safe that Crowny can always put out. I feel like as long as you ban one of the champions they play, you're hurting them a bit, but they have shown they have quite a bit of a champion ocean throughout many of their best of fives, with Fearless, of course, at EMEA Masters. The Syndra is a very real possibility here. Maybe they just take something from Bowser early on, or Pantheon and slip through the draft as well, so wouldn't surprise me if that's the first lock-in. Now for the response, you're likely going to take your jungler. The very much played Maokai has been taken away, and yeah, maybe you go something like the... you could go the Viego for Shakel's playstyle, but it's not that much in the meta at the moment. Sinsao maybe, if you want to go that route.
I mean, it's really funny because if it was any other team, I would say, take the Talia away. Talia Pantheon is so strong. But Nemesis absolutely hates Talia. He doesn't want to play it. So I really like this. Again, I think Vayu is a fantastic Poppy. I don't care what matchup you played into. I feel like the playstyle of the Poppy and the way he plays it a little bit more aggressive, likes to brawl, likes to skirmish, likes to team fight. I really like that they're actually giving them strongest champions. If you're not going to bring the heat, if you're not going to bring the craziness, I feel like it's best that you bring comfort and see how far you can get into game one.
Okay, you got yourself a safe pick for your composition. What else can you pair it with? Are you going to reveal the mid lane?
Ooh, love that.
Okay, Scuffed is okay with the Syndra, but
So you're
Nemesis
blinding
knows this champion, so...
You're planning both top and mid. I mean, you're probably just going to give away the... I mean, he doesn't like it, but yeah, the Asir is probably what he's going for then. I did think the Talia, as you said earlier, trouble, but as you said, Nemesis is not one of his champions. You're gonna take both your top and your mid. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? But I'm not the biggest fan on your red side, ending up blind picking both your mid and top laner. Although it is two very strong meta picks and also picks you're very comfortable on.
Okay, so right now, I really like what Alar have got going on for themselves. What I really miss from them is sort of like the go button, the engage button. I'm looking at Alistas, I'm looking at Rels, possibly for Reckless over on the bolts of the map. Again, I don't want to see them, when they have this sort of competition, to fall into the trap of a Braum.
Okay.
As the Zed gets locked in from Shackle on the other side, they have a very, very strong mid-jungle duo right here, where Syndra and Scuffed can actually set up for the Zed to then come in and cash in on a couple of kills. So I feel like Nemesis might even have a target on his back this game.
Okay, this is interesting. Raising the stakes right now. There's a little bit of damage on the jungle in favor of Chaos. What do you take away? Because now you know that LR is looking for that engage tool, just as you stated, Trouble. But they're going for Crowny. I mean, he has been spamming the Zeri as well. He's comfortable with the Kog'Maw recently. Varus is still open if you want to play from afar instead of the Jhin. I think Crowny is kind of hard to ban out.
I think that does also tell me the fact that with the sign-out ban, the Rakan likely to be left open, and we could definitely see Reckless play that as one of his preferred go buttons. The Braum, yeah, makes sense. That's one of Steelers' champions. You might maybe want to take it with the Nautilus if you are Lo Raton want to keep trimming out that support pool. You could also try and look to trim the AD carry pool for Rai, but we'll see as the Ezreal. So just full on focus on Crowny. That means there will be many go buttons left available for Reckless to pick up here. We'll see which of those Chaos prefers. I think they'll take their support here unless they just want to blind a safe, something like the Varus and AD carry.
I feel like Chaos are screaming Nautilus right here. The Xayah ban, the Ezreal ban, the fact that Braum is at the pool as well. I feel like it's like a great way to sort of engage and force fight, especially early on. I feel like Nautilus together with Zed could be a complete problem. I feel like right here you lock in something like your AD carry and you just make sure you have a favorable matchup, because if they do go towards the side of Rakan isn't really a champion that gains priority through the bottom of the map. So I wonder right here, Varus has been left open throughout this whole iteration of picks and bans, so it could potentially be something like this.
It's just not a Rai pick though, is it? I mean, it can, yes, it's safe, but I think he's best when he's on something aggressive, right? Instead, they take the support for now, you slam the Rel. I mean, you're probably just going to open up for some safe. It could very much will, I think, be the Varus Rakan here. You get your go button, you get your extra range. The Alistar, one of the other engaged champs we've seen a lot from Reckless, also left open. So one of those two in support. And yeah, you're playing dive now, right? You have the Kaisers you can follow along. I do very much like that. As soon as the engage and go button has been pressed, Nemesis could realistically dash in as well if he wants to. It just hit safely from the back line. I want to see a unified comp here from the side of Lo Raton as Chaos. What can you spice it up with? I was talking about agency in the carry position. The Tristana was great in the game he played earlier against Ruddy, but then again, that's Ruddy, so how much of a measuring stick is that? But I do very much like this lock-in from Rai.
I do like the Tristana right here. It's actually a really, really, really difficult lane in the bot lane to play. Kai'Sa really does suffer from her short range, and Tristana is one of her big counters down there together with Corki. So I feel like Chaos have been set up really nicely right here. If anyone, I feel like I'm a little bit scared for value, and in terms of like Velia maybe playing towards the top side of the map, because the matchup is not the most favorable for the set of value. But other than that, you have a very strong mid-jungle duo that you can play around Nemesis to like kill him, take his flash early on, and that bot lane from Raya and Scylla should be pushing 24/7. So So I'm looking at Shakal to be the main carry. He has 2 setup lanes to shine from.
Well, both teams are ready to start this one. It's playoff stage, the first one of Summer Split, the one that's going to wrap up the year. We are ready on the desk, but are the casters ready? It's going to send it to Hipbrain and Jamada. The duo is back.
Thank you very much. It's it's been a hot minute since me and you've been on cast together. Actually, I think the last time we casted, Vayu was playing and he got his Teemo. So that was last season.
That might have actually been the game. Yeah.
It was banned this game though, so we don't get it sadly.
Yeah. There's a reason why it's banned, and I think that game might forever live as the case study as to why.
Fun champion, crazy champion pool, but also very, very targetable. And I think Los Ratones putting the respect where they need to put it there.
Yeah, definitely are. And speaking of respect, I think Chaos have given a lot of respect over to LR, as you would probably expect them to through this draft. There are a lot of very strong takeaways out of LR's pool. Poppy, Syndra, Tristana, Rel. In terms of, fearless strategy and drafting, this is a very strong opening draft in my opinion, where if they can somehow magically find their way into a Game 3, they put themselves in a good position, I would say, to potentially look to pinch out some champion pools of certain members. Obviously, Baus is someone who has been targeted very notoriously throughout his time in the NLC, so we'll see if that continues to be a trend, but also Reckless's pool too.
I feel
like
when
LR
it comes to Baus,
have a very good draft themselves.
Yeah, no, they do, and we'll talk a little bit about the draft, but I mean, I feel like when it comes to Baus, for a while we had that attitude of like, we'll either pick his champs or just outban him and he won't be able to play. He has proven himself this year to have a way wider champion pool than I think a lot of people expected. He obviously has his, favorites in the champions that we know he performs the best on, but he's also a fairly capable weak sider if he's forced off onto something a little bit weaker, and he's able to kind of play around that. So I feel like the going for just the bounce strategy has actually started to kind of fall apart for a lot of these teams. But yeah, we've got a little moment just because there's a couple of issues before we get into game. So we can talk a little bit about these champs and the setup for the game. So what are we making of these team comps? What is the game plan here?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like LR have effectively 5 comfort champs top to bot here. Overall, I would expect Velia basically to be the driving force of a lot of skirmishing, and it's going to be very dependent on where the lane priority ends up being on these objective timers in particular. So I'm looking at, especially in the early game, Reckless to be, on first move as much as possible, rotating around and trying to pair up with Velia around, early Dragon, early Grubs, and trying to ensure that they can have Chaos walk into them so they can set the pace of how some of these exchanges and skirmishes go.
Yeah. On the other side, though, when it comes to Chaos, what is their game plan here? How's this team functioning? How do they get around the Los Ratones kind of control of the map that they're going to pick up from the Zed and the tempo they're going to get? Oh, no, they're the ones with Zed, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
So
no, but it's good that you brought it up, though.
Yeah,
it is very good that you brought it up, because Zed is a very, very interesting champion in the meta right now, where he's definitely not your strong skirmisher like the Trundle, the Xin, the Vi that we're seeing, and the Wukong being basically, B1 prioritized a lot of the time. But what he does offer in exchange as an AD champion, and this is super rare, is an incredibly fast early clear, where he can be done with his full clear before 3 minutes. Honestly, sometimes you can do it by 250, and that gives you so much freedom to go back to base, buy a double longsword, right? Be 20 AD up on, your opponent in stats, and then go and contest either a Scuttle Crab or just a gank, and you will be statistically stronger. But it also gives you better gank windows too. So I'm really looking at Shakal to try and catch people off guard with the speed of this clear. Otherwise, I feel like Zed into a composition like LR, where there's a lot of CC, there's a lot of point-and-click CC actually as well, self-peel, all of these different things will make it very difficult for him to operate if he doesn't get a snowball going off of that tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's one of those picks where when you look at the Zed and, his playstyle, it's obviously the mechanics are a part of it, but when you're playing Zed jungle specifically, it's about the macro and the understanding of the game and being able to read the map and kind of find those windows to get those ganks off. Because the weakness here of the Zed is if you don't get the snowball going, if you don't get your team ahead, you're stuck with a very squishy jungler. He's not going to be able to face check for you and kind of, you know, play that front line where like someone like a Wukong or a Xin Zhao, even though they're not strictly tanks,
they can get away with it.
they have abilities to, you know, save them. Like the Xin Zhao ult or the Wukong ult will get you out of danger. Zed doesn't really have that. He has his W, but, you know, you get hit by one bit of CC, Zed will just get popped. So, you know, it's about being able to open up the map that you don't have to find yourself in those positions where you are, you know, blind checking around the map to try and contest a dragon or scrubs or whatever comes up. So, yeah, it's going to be really on Jungle's read of the game. And on the other side, I feel like Velia, if he gets a good read on him here on Pantheon, that's his job, right? Shut Shackle out of this game.
Yeah, and Pantheon is a very, very unforgiving jungler, where if you start to fall behind versus Pantheon, many times there's just not really a particularly strong answer, especially if he's always got first move from his lanes too. So hopefully for Shakal's case, he can, you know, get things going really early. It can be very, very easy to snowball on Zed, especially off the back of that first clear and the amount of, you know, freedom that you have to kind of just make any choice of, again, base, go to even get an invade in actually. You clear so fast that if you know the jungler is started on the same side as you, right? If you start blue and they start red and you're pathing on a full clear, you can just go and invade their final camp, especially if they're ending on blue buff. So we will, again, see exactly how things line up here, and also where Velia starts, what he wants to prioritize, because the typical trend is he paths away from Baus, right?
Yeah.
That will normally be the typical trend. You leave Baus on an island. He doesn't really need resources or time to do the Baus thing and be effective. Giving those resources to Crowny and to Reckless tends to be the way to go. So we'll see if Shakal gets that read, what the level 1 looks like. Obviously, as you can tell, we are yapping for a very long time.
We're in full podcast mode immediately into the broadcast.
We did have to just effectively get the game remade. Just having a couple of technical issues along the way, so hopefully we can get things rolling very, very, very soon for you. And yeah, that shouldn't take too much longer, though I don't have an update, so I could be lying to you, but I'm just doing the professional thing and letting you down potentially gently.
Yeah, a little bit of common courtesy on that one.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like, you know, you're very jungle focused, so we focus a lot on the junglers, and to be fair, both the Zed and the Pantheon have the power to, you know, exploit the tempo of the game early. Both early game junglers in that sense. Let's move beyond that. Let's start looking at maybe some of the other lanes or the kind of interactions of lanes will synchronize up with their junglers. How is this bot lane going to be looking? We've got the Lost Returners are on the pretty staple kind of Alistair plus, well, which is a Reckless, you know, Reckless comfort pick here at this point, and then also you got like the Kai'Sa here for Crowny. You know, pretty standard kind of how you play that versus the Tristan and Rel. What are we expecting out of this lane? Is it just going to be a sit back, or do you think even without junglers it could be a little explosive?
It could be a little bit explosive, right? I feel like the way, you know, that Reckless and Crowny tend to lane is if they feel like they can exploit a 2v2 very aggressively, then they will take those opportunities and windows very happily.
Yeah.
Otherwise, very happy to and comfortable to just sit there and scale. I feel like the AD matchup is one where you typically tend to see Tristana picked into Kai'Sa, like in times of old, right? We don't see Tristana bot super frequently these days. So it's like a winning AD matchup for Chaos, but also kind of a neutralizing to soft winning matchup in the support slot for Reckless, where you can headbutt Rel out of the crash down, right? It's very easy to peel a Rel off of your AD as the Alistar, and you can even do things like if Tristana's already rocket jumped, you can just headbutt the Tristana away, then she doesn't get to attack your AD anymore, right? And then you get to focus down the road. So I feel like the overall options definitely lie in LR's favor down in that bottom lane. But again, it's one where Tristana can get an advantage and very much push it, because Kai'Sa's early wave clear in particular is very weak.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're looking at the other lanes, I feel like the reason I didn't talk about bot lane is because it's scaling, right? Like Syndra is there. Unless one of them makes a real mistake, I don't really see, without jungle intervention, something happening in that lane. I think it's just going to be sit back, scuff, you know, building up those splinters of wrath and getting towards the 120 mark so you get the execute on the ultimate. Top lane, I mean, it's Poppy versus Cho'Gath. Like, these guys are going to be here to join into the team fights later. And I do really like Vayu's Poppy thing. I think it's got so much with the steadfast presence, which is just going to shut down a lot of what Lost Returners have. Like, every one of those champs, bar Baus, has some kind of a dash, which can be disrupted by Vayu. So the ability to kind of stop people from getting onto Riot until Riot wants to be the one jumping forwards aggressively. That Poppy's going to make a good space buyer. Same with the Syndra. She, a bit like, I always say like Syndra, Leona, like Lux, they all have like a shared kind of like death radius, where if you walk into it, you're going to get hit by some skill shot that's going to hard CC you, and you're going to get popped. Obviously, Leona doesn't bring the damage, she brings the CC. Like, the scan of the week on the Syndra, you know, there's a radius where if you just walk into range and an orb goes down, you're going to get blown up by a Zed. Like, Zed Syndra is a really, really scary, squishy, but scary jungle mid duo.
Yeah, definitely is, right? So much single target burst potential that really they can kind of just kill you through 2 health bars, right? So particularly if there's, you know, maybe triangles of vision that kind of get lost for LR, particularly Crowny and Nemesis need to be very, very careful about face checking those areas. And I like that you brought up Varyu's Poppy, because even though, you know, and the asterisk and caveat here is that this game was into Ruddysack, or Ruddy rather, Varyu's Poppy looked really good last week, their final closing out game. So hoping to extend that streak, and I feel like Poppy also has a pretty decent lane off the top of my head into Cho'Gath. Obviously Baus has a particular play style where he'll do things like, and I can tell you at least the first time that we went to game, he had Hop, so he had Halo Blades, and that does very significantly change the way that trading patterns would work compared to if you just run the typical grasp. So we'll see how Vayu handles that, because it can be a very, very annoying gameplay loop to deal with. Hey, he's got E up and he's ordered me 3 times, and I've lost 1/3 of my health, and I can't really respond in any meaningful way. And of course, then you start to look at things like proxying, how Vayu maybe handles that if they end up in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what their answer is going to be to that. I feel like top. I wouldn't say it's like a full-on wet noodle fight, just due to the fact that, you know, Poppy's base damage early is genuinely quite strong. Like you said, Halo Blades Cho'Gath also kind of a bit of a giga chunker. So it kind of makes sense that maybe that's why we expect that lane to, you know, have a little bit of spice in it, and maybe some jungle intervention could play into it. But I feel like, you know, the bot lane's going to be very exciting. Mid lane will be very jungle or kind of just mistake based, and then top lane or a little bit chill. Anyway, so I've been told we got a little bit of time to wait, just due to these issues that we're sorting out. So, I mean, it's really not a cast with me and you unless something goes wrong and we get a really big delay.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like we need at least one mandated long pause
for a podcast section for me.
For a podcast section of a Jamada and Hipparian cast, and it seems like we are being delivered that just right off the bat.
Immediately, yeah.
Like we don't get no entertainment. It's just like straight. Well, I don't know. Maybe you find this entertaining, but you know, no in-game entertainment. Straight into the podcast. Again, we can only apologize. And like we are rearing here, we are just trying to get these issues ironed out. Once they're ironed out, we will be in game.
So, you were playing Sonic for us before we went live. Like,
Yeah,
I'm just gonna throw that. You were streaming Sonic to us. What's your favorite Sonic?
Yep. My favorite Sonic game?
Yeah.
It was the one I was streaming. It was Sonic
Oh,
Unleashed.
okay.
Yeah. There's, you know, unfortunately that franchise went for a very long period of time of having bad games.
Yeah.
I could stop talking about Sonic. Well, actually, I'll do it one more time. The other one, Sonic Adventure 2, because that game is just, it's low-key timeless.
Yes. It's one of those game franchises where, like, the bangers absolutely slap, and then the stinkers are, like, just awful.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Generational. I mean,
yeah.
the game that came out in 2006 nearly killed the franchise. So, you know, like you say, some are bangers, some are stinkers.
No middle ground.
I'm hoping that this one's a banger, though. This game won. Very explosive drafts, like we were kind of highlighting. I think there's a lot of snowball potential for both sides.
The one thing I've always respected about Chaos as an org is, regardless of the roster, these guys have genuinely always brought chaos to the games.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like sometimes, you know, we all know what we think this game's outcome's going to be, right? Like, yeah, there's no denying that a lot of people, myself included, put this as a 2-0 to Los Ratones. But I do feel like either a very, very good team, or honestly, just the most kind of like, just turn your brain off and just play like a moron, play game style is the way to beat Los Ratones. You have to just force them to get really confused on what's going on, or you have to actually just be genuinely a lot better to beat them.
I mean,
I feel like that's
will
Chaos's
say-
window, right? Like they could
Yeah,
just catch him in Chaos.
I do feel like making games very volatile is definitely one way to, you know, attempt to make LR dizzy. I still feel like the core strength about this team is very far away from the early game, though. It's about the mid game and how they tend to, you know, navigate lane assignments and, you know, a lot more of the boring nitty-gritty stuff and the minutiae of League of Legends past 20 minutes, which other teams just don't tend to get down really well as consistently here in the ERL level. And with LR having the level of experience that they do across the board, it is one of the major advantages that this lineup has over many other teams.
Yeah, I feel a lot of that comes down to the way I think a lot of these teams scrim when they practice, like our kind of, you know, mid to lower level ERL teams is, you know, I feel like a lot of focus on those scrims are probably on the early game. So they lock down some kind of early game formula. And I think that's why in this region, more than any other region, you might see teams fumble a lead which they shouldn't have fumbled more often than not.
Certainly true. It is certainly true. And I mean, I think it's why we've seen so many, you know, games where LR, as this trade looks quite nice.
Oh, hold up.
Actually, a jump forward.
There's Ignite thrown down. Crowny's going low. The W's been reset.
Oh, he's
Onto
dead.
Raya. He flashes in, finds first blood. Third jump out to safety. Chaos. Bringing a little bit of chaos to the fight already as Baus actually might find himself in danger. Vayu flashes. Baus also flashes away.
Oh.
Has got that charge coming up in 5 seconds.
5
Baus
seconds.
is looking for the
He
slow.
dodged it.
Vayu
Dodged
dodges
the
away
Q.
on that one. Really, really nice for him, but
I don't think
getting
he's got
closer.
it.
I don't think he's in ear range. He's going to get over
Oh!
the Q. Here comes the hammer down. Vayu finds the kill. Meanwhile, Velia falls. Chaos up 3.
Okay, a lot to unpack right there. Raya on the bottom side alongside Zilla win the 2v2, and that's what we was talking about. The AD matchup to AD matchup sucks for Kai'Sa. Tristana has so much extra damage in comparison to Kai'Sa at this point in the game that you can't really win the 2v2 very consistently without some outside help. On the top side, Vayu's ward at the very end lets him dodge out on the Q. That was sick. And it looks like we're going to get a look at what we missed whilst we was looking at that 1v1 on the top side. As Shakal and Velia meet each other, face check. And it's all about Velia's E usage. I mean, he eats the full combo there, so that's how he gets chunked out. But then he kind of commits a little bit too far forward, and Sniller and Reckless were battling each other for move. And Scuffed had first move from mid, so Velia's just in no man's land at that point and ends up getting caught out.
Bro, it's what you said as well. Shackle on the double longswords. Comes straight back, gets that quick clear off. Double longswords has a little bit more dueling power for that early fight. And that's a very accelerated Tristana. 2 kills already over. BF sword and infantry to
sword.
crown his longsword. Like, just the raw AD down there is terrifying. And they've already lane swapped. They're already leaning into Balsi on the top side. They're going to send Vayu down into bot side. He's feeling quite comfortable.
This is nice.
And this could be Baus going down, honestly. He could be in real danger.
Yeah.
Remember, he is
Hex flash,
flashless
no
right
flash.
now. Sniller, Hex flashes over. They find the slow. They are going to get a bit of damage off. Rocha goes through, but that's going to be Shackle. Gifted
nice.
a kill. Really nice dive there on the side of Chaos. They are 4-0 up at 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very well executed early game so far, and I love this swap too. It's something that we saw T1 execute a lot at MSI, where they would catch enemy bot lanes and top laners off guard alike, show up with 3 people on the top side, and secure an early kill on many times, often plates as well on top of that. Now, LR are going to respond with this dragon, and that's a very early one at that. We're 5 minutes and 30 seconds in, but Raya continues to extend his lead over Crowny in isolation in gold. And on the opposite side in the jungle, Shakal might of course be losing this dragon, but he's still getting another full play, and he picked up that kill credit on that swap play from killing Baus.
I think that is so scary here for Chaos. It is, sorry, for Lost Returnes. I know that they got that dragon, and it does start potential of a very early Dragon Soul win condition. But Raya getting 2 plates, getting an assist gold up in the top side, catching waves as well. He is sitting so comfortable on this Tristana right now. There's no jungle threat. Velia, not level 6, so hasn't got the ability just to rock up with the Grand Starfall. Chaos, you know, I said they might need to bring some chaos, but this is organized. This is a team who have obviously figured out some level of an early game plan. The question is, and we talked about this a little bit as well, are they going to be able to stick the landing? Because mid-game into late game is where Los Returnes shine.
Yeah, certainly is. On top side, by the way.
Oh,
Baus.
Baus is dead.
He's dead. He's very dead. I mean, he's going to miss out on this massive wave here. And when you take a look at the minimap too, Crowny has to sit bot. Nemesis is still down there. Velia can maybe walk top and catch some of that wave and just prevent some of these additional plates from falling to Raya, but again, just more gold into the AD carry here of Chaos, and it makes you wonder, he's so far ahead. Is he going to base and end up almost being able to pick up an IM? I mean, we're only 7 minutes
so
in, but
close.
the amount of gold that he's, like, you know, accumulated so far, it's not an unfair question to ask, but again, he's gone back and I think he's about
not much.
1k away from a completed item. Like, he is not far away from finishing up that Yuntao.
I need to check actually, because I feel like it's actually a lot less than 1k now.
Well, he's still you know what? You're right,
because it's longsword, slingshot, BF sword is the build, right? So I can't remember what the combined cost is.
Yeah, you're very, very correct. Also, because it doesn't build out of
Crit Cloak
does it?
anymore.
Which is the thing that I was missing. So yeah, he's a lot closer to it than I'm suggesting. It's 750.
750. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
lovely.
Combined cost. So very, very close.
Oh, Nemesis gets himself jumped onto. Does go for the shuffle back, but the death mark's on. They also unleash power shackle. A little bit more damage. Doesn't find the kill. Nemesis survives.
Very, very close. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. For some reason, the play that flashed up in my head there was the old school Femovin versus Faker clip from like Season 5. Faker underneath the tower defending himself against the Zed, but very, very close from Shackle, and they're able to at the very least get his flash and ult. And Nemesis now. They are, but I mean, Shackle's gone back, farmed one camp, healed up a little bit, and the numbers don't look too bad for the immediate future for Chaos. Plus, Raya's moving over from base here.
I don't think Chaos can contest
swindle their way into getting one, but I think you're right. I think this should just be all 3 grubs, and Chaos with the lead that they've managed to accumulate.
He had 3 HP.
Take a step back.
He had 3 HP.
Raya?
Raya's getting a kill. There's the Yuntaos, by the way. That'll be that finished.
That's Yuntao gold, probably.
Oh my word. I don't know. Raya needs to play this game very well. He's 3-0 right now on the Tristana. His team have given up 2 jungle objectives very early. I actually feel like it's a little illegal that they didn't get a single grub there. But we all see this play as Faust. He is so lucky Vayu missed that hammer down. I mean, he's not, because he died regardless.
Why is he looking for the angle here? It's just so unnecessary, actually. Like, a lot of the time, I feel like I can watch Baus do something, and then after I'll be like, yeah, okay, I get it. Like, I saw the angle, like, post. That one was just a little bit strange. Just engage onto Raya. Oh, Raya's dead.
There's the shutdown going over. Yeah. That's over to Velia. Real mistake, actually. Overextension, not respecting the Grand Starfall. And Chaos, they pulled off some good early moves, but I feel like they got a lot further ahead than they expected at this point in the game, and now are slightly confused.
It's like they had a plan A, they had a plan B. Plan A and B work out, but they never really got to that plan C part.
Yeah.
For the first 10 minutes. And now, at the very least, Crowny will be able to recoup some of that gold that was being extended out by the AD carriers. Reckless? I mean, he has ult, doesn't have flash.
Throw it down, but there's a lot of CC coming in. The ult's going to keep him going on the death mark. Will hit here from Shackle with the unleashed power. Scuff secures the kill.
All right, well, it is a lot of ults exchange, and that's my major concern, because with Dragon spawning in 35 seconds time, not having death mark, not having the absolute power, the ultimate from Syndra, does make you feel like Lost Returners will be able to contest this Dragon quite happily. We'll have to take a look at how the lane assignments kind of set up in the prios, though. Scuffed has to go and answer Baus on the top side. He's got teleport, and he's also got a first item. And Raya is keeping Crowny down here, locked underneath the tower with no mana. So Crowny has to base. So if you see Shackle just run straight to the dragon here, they might be able to just take it down for free with very little answer. Though Velia is making his way very slowly back down towards the bottom side of the map.
Scuff gets a nice chunk of damage there onto Baus. Not enough to kill him. Didn't have unleashed power either. But big chunk out. Nemesis with the grubs, going to be able to actually do a fair amount of damage and secure himself a tower plate. Over as we do see Shackle now starting up the dragon. Velia is in the area. They definitely need to move their bot lane over though. Summoner look at the ult economy and summoner spells. Everything other than Shackle's death mark is up, and I mean Scuff's not here, so he is teleport actually. He's going to TP in. Okay. Doesn't have ultimate for himself.
So LR want to contest.
They're going to see this. Vayu's making his way over. Immediately, Reckless comes in. They do get a headbutt pulled down onto Baus. Trying to find a little bit of additional damage. Nice shuffle back there from Nemesis. As Raya, losing a lot of HP, is going to have to back off. Saw a flash out from Sniller there, as that might just be Vayu going down in the middle of all of this. Scuff, no ultimate. Shackle, a little bit more damage. Knocks 2 back, but he is going to get answered back out onto. As in jumps Raya into the middle of everyone, but he is CC seen for days. Flashes the wall. W's away to safety. Somehow Riot gets away from that one. But that was a very scuffed fight from Chaos.
Yeah, and it's a good exchange for LR because the fight from the Chaos perspective was just a little bit too scattered. Velio's trying to be a little bit greedy here and get the Gromp, and Scuff's positioning will dissuade him from doing just that. But I just feel like too many members of Chaos were focusing on too many different things in that fight, right? Nemesis in particular was the one that it felt like should have been very quickly removed from the equation in that scenario, but again, despite some of the CC landing, there was no damage dealer to really follow up and lock that one home. So once the positioning from the soldiers comes through, Chaos can no longer advance forward, and LR are able to much more easily link up with one another to make that fight work. As Baus, again, no flash.
Yeah, they're going all in on Baus here. That is going to be the kill for Riot. That's them pretty much conceding the Dragon, though.
Yep.
Which is going to be the Monster Slayer for the side of Los Ratones. Means it's all about... Actually, Chaos don't need the tower. Yeah, they don't need to worry about this Dragon.
And I think they just realized that. Like, in the comms, you could very quickly see, like, Shakal was maybe going to get some counter jungle camps. What's up?
That bot lane tower is quite low, and they've got grubs for Los Ratones. There's still a level of contest. I don't know how both these towers are doing. We need to look at the towers, not Baus.
Top doesn't have it.
Chaos got it.
No.
No, they didn't. They lost. Oh, it's so close.
They lost it. They lost it. I had it.
That was a real rough one there. Scuff tried to try and save the day, but he is going so low. He's going to be able to break away from one, but it's just gifted to Nemesis. Oh.
Dang.
Going all in on Baus though here for Riot. He's just going to be able to walk away, flashes it out.
Yeah, I mean, see the desperation of Chaos there. And, you know, like earlier on when they dropped those grubs, it did feel like they could have got one. And it feels like that's the repercussion of them not taking at least one. They don't get the... All right, Baus. They don't actually take the tower there on the top side, right? And that could have very well given them peace. Now, Shakal might be in trouble. He's got W.
Yeah, he's just going to throw it down.
It's not going to be dove, and also a teleport's going to get drawn in.
Look at the map, though. Like, Velia doing the Rift Herald in the meanwhile. Like, Chaos are just chasing kills and no objectives. I'm not okay with this plan, to be honest. They have lost quite a lot of their gold lead. I say it's down to 2,000. Vayu, though, looking for Velia, is going to get stunned up, though, as Vayu, you are not going to do enough damage. Goes for the hammer shock, doesn't quite hit the mark, is about to get his passive back, but Velia just flashes in, finds him with the Q. I don't know. I feel like Los Ratones are, you know, it's the classic Baus. Like, Baus is 0-7, but the rest of his team are just running rings around the enemy team.
Yeah, I think the other main thing as well is that Velia's had such an efficient game so far on this Pantheon. 134 CS as a jungler at 70 minutes in a comp game is quite the numbers. I've got to say, like, he's effectively been able to just clear into be where he needs to be for an objective, and it's kind of the dream scenario for a jungler, and it's the dream scenario for a Zed. But unfortunately, like you've highlighted, like we've been pointing out, Chaos have been kind of busy chasing kills a lot of the time. It feels like it's pulled Shakal off of these more efficient pathings that he'd likely want to be on to be ahead of the curve, and it's now led to a scenario where Velia's 1.6k gold up 2 items as a jungler at 17 minutes.
And Crowny, you know, even though he hasn't been getting as many kills as Riot, look at the gold. It's 100% neutral between the two. Okay, it's 100 gold up now, but Crowny, with that tower topside, has been able to neutralize out the gold difference. He's actually got an item advantage just because of the cost of his items over Riot. So he is sitting really happy right now. He's just going to all in. Keeper's Verdict goes down. Doesn't hit the mark onto Reckless Vayu. Just going to try and get himself taxied out, but he is bot back, and Crowny, that gold lead is ever so growing. As Riot is looking for Baus, will get the kill onto him in response. So both ADCs pick up a kill, but Riot heavily chunked out. They can't take a tower. There's a dragon up, but they don't have the pressure. The Grand Starfall comes down. Pantheon's just going to all in. Shackle's low HP. W's away. Reckless flash and locks him down. Velia secures another kill as now Sniller nowhere to go. He flashes, he's stunned, but Reckless is on the other side of the wall. Scatter the Weak comes in, but it only hits onto one, and that is going to be the end of Sniller. Nemesis, another kill in his pocket.
Yeah, and it just feels as though Chaos have, over the last 8-9 minutes or so, just gradually lost more and more control over the map, over the pacing of the game. They haven't really been able to set up anywhere is kind of like a base of operations, right? Where maybe you're strong siding Raya on the side lane, maybe it's through the mid lane. They haven't been able to utilize just how strong this Tristana has been throughout this game, and it's let LR kind of make picks and plays at their whim.
Yeah.
They've more or less now been able to find themselves with, might as well call it a 6k gold lead. It's about 5.5. And again, most of it does sit on this Pantheon, but what did we say coming into this game? Pantheon with a lead. He's one of the most oppressive junglers in a game like this, where he can just really easily get up in the face of Chaos, and there is so much telegraph, burst damage to use that Aegis Assault on, right? To mitigate all of that damage too. So bursting him out is no easy task, despite all of the single target burst damage that you do have on offer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Pantheon's one of those champs where if he doesn't get ahead, he just becomes like a W bot, right? Is W the stun? I can never remember which way around it. Yeah, W's the stun.
Yeah, W's the stun.
Yeah. He just kind of becomes a little bit of a stun bot, right? Where if he's fed, he's just a walking ball of death. It's horrible to play into. Speaking of ball of death, Los Ratones have grouped up as 3 right now. Actually made that 4 because Veli is in the area looking for a pick opportunity. Although down on the bot lane, Crownie might be in a bit of danger here. There's a death mark available to Shackle. He knows he knows there's something up.
I mean, it's not just that, he's just pathing towards Archon, right? The likelihood that he would have gone back down through bottom lane is just so unlikely, and now they're getting a pick onto Snilla. Snilla's dead. And this Archon, I mean, it's going to have to be stolen away by Shackle, but there's the Feast, there's the Smite from Velia, the Q secure. Going to give it over to Baus anyway. And they're just going to have to take their reset. Things are just going from bad to worse, unfortunately, for Chaos after what was, again, a very, very bright opening couple of minutes. And their draft rep too wasn't too bad. Like the finished product of their draft, I don't hate. So
No.
I feel a little bit bad to see them fall a little bit flat on their face, but it's again very in line with a lot of what we've spoken about with LR's games here, the mid game onwards, right? That kind of heralds up. All right, like let's lock in and really pay a lot of attention to how we're navigating the map. Continues to be their best friend.
Well, just 20 minutes on the clock. The gold lead, which was very chaos focused, has heavily shifted. 42,000 damage. Gold damage. Gold over the Los Ratones to 36k on chaos. It is a very, very hard ask for them here. As Riot gonna have to jump over the wall. Velia might just go in, but that's going to flash out. Velia hunting in, but Shackle's going to be his target. He is immediately popped. The damage is too big. Los Ratones are too far ahead. They even flash over as Raya is being jumped onto by Velia, able to dodge away on the Q, and he jumps over the wall with the W, but Crownie's got the flank, and I don't think Raya is going to be able to survive this one for long. W's coming out, Scatter the Weeds going down, as that is Chaos crumbling to their own play style. Los Ratones hunting kills and taking it all away.
Yep, with the Archon being taken a few moments ago, this will likely be, if not the penultimate, one of the final nails in the coffin of this game for sure. Vayu's now going to be the next target. We'll see how he's able to navigate, or if LR decide to step off and just take this tower. They won't be going for free.
Magnustorm comes in. They're actually going to bring back up. There's going to be the shuffle back in Chaos.
Yep.
I mean, you're just feeding the wallet here at this point.
Yep, they certainly are. I don't think we're on pace for a 20k gold lead game, but certainly one of those games where it feels like it. Oh yeah. All right.
Okay, yeah. I mean, this game is...
Give Baus a little bit of a...
He's got
buffer
one on the board.
Yeah, one on the board. Hey, that Dark Seal, 2 stacks. All right, buddy. Like, let's put some respect on the ice, on the fingers now. All right. Yeah.
I can't take you seriously at
this point. Yeah. Well, what can you do? Like, when you see a game like this play out and unfold, as it has in the last 10 minutes or so, it has certainly very much gotten away from Chaos now at this point. No, when you know, weirdly, it's a 10k gold lead. When you look at the items, you know, like just the completed items. Okay, it got worse because Velia just went back to base and bought a Sterax. And oh, Crownie finished a Terminus. And a stop. And Nemesis got a stopwatch too. That's.
Remember, like 4 minutes
really
ago when I was like, ADCs are tied in gold. It's a 2k gold lead now. Crownie is a bit of a beast, and all Chaos can do is run. Velia gets the first kill of the fight. Nemesis sends the soldiers in the wrong direction, but it doesn't matter because Crowny's got the back. That's going to be a one grand star fall, and Raya about to have the God of War drop on top of him. Velia will not full commit. Doesn't want to chase like Shackle did, and there's the knockup. Bounce. It's time for some vengeance. Oh no, where did he go? Just got popped. Scuff, the only man standing, running away. In comes Shackle to try and back him up. Bounce is low, but Nemesis takes the kill. A lone Zed has to try and hold. Luckily, it's quite early and the death timers are quite short, so Snilla is back on the map. But they have already lost an inhibitor. Their towers are under fire. I think Los Ratones are going to make this a very, very quick victory. I think Chaos are going to be left scratching their heads trying to figure out what they need to change for game number 2. Bounce ignited. Bounce is going to take down, but the shuffle will secure the kill. And with Crowny pumping in the damage, Chaos will collapse. Game 1 is going to Los Ratones, and it didn't look even remotely close.
Nexus with full. Just a couple more kills. Perhaps, yep, one more for Crowny. Though he will lose that 1-to-1 KDA there at the end as he drops. But I don't think they care. They're 1-0 up in the series, and it was just a very dominant turnaround, right?
Yeah.
There's not really much else to say. It felt like Velia really effectively snowballed what didn't feel like the largest lead in the beginning to a map-wide lead where he was able to bring in multiple members for multiple plays time after time, and whilst Raya on the opposite side for Chaos was able to really get things going, right? I think at one point he did have, 1.5, almost 2,000 gold on Crowny. The plays kept on falling onto Bounce, and it feels like the age-old trap of, hey guys, we've got this 6-7, kill Tristana, but if all those kills have been on the same guy, the gold lead, like, it's not as big as, an occasional shutdown here, something like that, right? So, not as efficient, basically, is the bottom line, and couldn't close out on what was a very nice-looking lead for the first 10 minutes of the game.
And I'm sure the desk will mention it, but I feel like the kind of control of the map and the objectives, like, you were that far ahead and you gave up both of the early objectives, genuinely feels so illegal to me. Anyway, we're going to pass it over to the desk to break that game down, so over to you guys.
I had the situation with my microphone. I love it. I'm so glad I bought it. Yeah, I didn't trouble. I apologize. So with this in mind, I do believe like Chaos had a good beginning of the game. They had the upper lead on the bot lane, specifically with the champions. And it all fell apart. But I want to talk about what went good for Chaos to begin with.
I mean, to be fair, I think that draft was fantastic. Bot lane is giga winning. Reckless takes and engage right there, but they straight up lose the 2v2. Tristana into Kai'Sa is probably like one of the most favorable matchups you can get, and Snilla just beelines Crowny right here, right? So that's fantastic. Then they could play around the Syndra and Zed combo. Vayu then gets a top lane kill as well. It's just absolutely insanely good early game for the side of Chaos. But I will say, I just think it's a class diff. Chaos constantly kept playing for the extra kills in the early game and completely disregarded neutral objectives. And if you see any world's class team, they'll use that 2,000-3,000 gold diff just to completely choke you out of any objective on the map.
I think maybe they were too caught up in the hype, right? It was this, we got some kills, we got some fights, we want it all now, and they were a bit too overeager, and the macro map, that's where they really lost it, in my opinion, right? You mentioned something, Trouble in the green room, when Rai got caught in the bot lane as the fit carry all alone by 4 man. That's just not good enough. And I want to highlight this fight as well. It's disjointed, because if they all just focus down Faust when they TP in, maybe they can burst and maybe they can reposition instead. Fight gets split off, the damage goes on 3 different members and they can't kill anyone in the fight, and it's just head in hands moment, because the Danish dynamite was there.
I feel like the most crucial part here is that Vayu misses his ultimate onto Velia. Had that hit, I think you saw in the replay earlier on that Shakal was just about ready to go around, sort of flank. So I feel like if Vayu hadn't missed that very, very crucial Poppy ult right there, this fight could have definitely turned around, because you saw how close it was at the end, right? I mean, it's really difficult to find Nazir in a choke point, and after they got so many kills, I mean, I'm just in awe. Like, Pantheon just straight up being open, I'm in awe. Like, you ask any jungler right now, in solo queue, in pro play, they'll tell you that he's still the most busted champion in the game right now. So I'm kind of like, scratching my head in terms of like, what do you think would actually counter the Pantheon? Because Zed is definitely not it, and I think he's doing fine in terms of like scaling from that early to the mid game to the late.
It's a Pantheon to Velia of all people.
I can see
It's,
the smile in you, Archie,
yeah.
from seeing your man being in the meta, right? I remember the
know.
clip when you went viral on Reddit for seeing it
me
once, and now
enjoy
you
it.
see it every single week. So obviously, you've gotta enjoy it there. Luckily for the Danes out there, it won't be playable in game number 2 with Fearless, but this final fight is really just to highlight how doomed it was, right? At this point, the game was over. You can try as you might. I think Chaos had some good ideas in here in the draft, playing around Rai, who is one of their stronger players mechanically, getting Shakale on some agency as well. I like the general idea of that. I didn't like the matchup. So some of the fundamental things were there. We saw it in the early game, but you were just, as Trouble said, a class difference. The players are simply just better on Lo Ratons. I can't deny that fact as a Denmark enjoyer myself. I don't know, man. I don't see how they win game 2.
I mean, I would say I don't necessarily think the players are that much better. I feel like it's more about how the game has been studied from the side of Chaos and how they view the game as a whole. Because I feel like in terms of hands diff, like they did hands diff them in the early game. They hands diff LR, right? And if you go all the way back to the very beginning when Lo Raton joined the NLC and they became a team overall, the early game has sort of been their weakest spot. You watch their scrims. Again, early game a very weak spot for them. So I feel like this was a fantastic display on how you can abuse the early game holes that they'll give to you, but then focus that gold lead into choking them out of those neutral objectives. Start stacking the dragons. You can give the 3 void grubs away as long as you can start stacking the dragons and then force fights under your own territory.
I think one of the big things about that as well, you can see which team has been together longer, right? Lo Ratons have played together since November. This week, this team, Chaos, have essentially had their first week of scrims this week because PC issues, players coming back from holiday, obviously it's summer, right? I know Scott was away before the split started, so you can see the practice, especially in the macro movements and how you would set up just what you said, Trouble. Chaos haven't practiced that yet, right? They haven't had enough time, and oh my god, those damage numbers.
Well,
Brilliant.
Pantheon had a saying.
Yeah, Pantheon is fine.
He was only involved in kills. He did, what, 100 damage that wasn't on a kill? That is insane. I've never seen that high damage on kill ratio.
To be honest, me neither. Yeah, that is concerning. That's Valiant. We highlighted is Nidalee. He's so focused on not only kills but also objectives. Well, not much to say about this first game. At least Nemesis won't be able to get Syndra and Azir, as we move on. Yeah, so he has to show something different as we head on to break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
It's Talia time.
And welcome back. First game is already out of the window. Chaos lost even though they had a lead at the beginning of it. I know, weird, but maybe we get to see it again. LR though, they have the macro, they have the objectives, they had the Pantheon, question mark. And as we move forward, Trouble, Duckling. We have someone in LR team. I think he needs a highlight. The mid laner. I know everybody talks about every single specific individual on this team, but this guy... That's the word, Duckling. That's the feeling.
That's some numbers. That's some pretty good numbers there. They have average goal difference at 15. That's a kind of solid lead to build on average, basically in laning phase. Not bad.
Not bad.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay, I got it quickly again. For this to be his overall, I feel like is just a big feat, right? I felt like last split, I don't think any mid laner came anywhere near him. But however, seeing how Zvera's back in the league, and I'm a really big fan of how he plays lane in particular, I feel like he might drop down a few spots whenever we get to see that Null versus a LAN matchup.
Yeah, I think it's a good challenge at the very least, right? It's definitely improving the standard of mid laners we have in the league. And when those two clash, it's going to be cinema. I'm looking forward to it.
There's going to be a Talia, that's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you which side that's going to be on.
The Talia is going to change everything.
You're on the Talia today, Trouble, man. You're all in on it.
Well, if it gets picked, let's see if Nemesis picks this. No, I highly doubt it. I believe more on a Zillion than a Talia for Nemesis.
Only game 5. Only game 5.
Well, we only have 2 games on this one, so best of 3 or 3 if Chaos are able to bring back the second one. Chaos decided to pick red side for game 2. So this means they want to counter or reply to whatever LR are bringing up, even though on the first one, it was not really like that at the beginning of the Champion Select. It was more of a, hey, we got top, we got mid as well, and then we reply. Talk to me about that decision.
I mean, I actually went back and sort of like listened to Caedrel's thought process behind the draft, and they were thinking that they were thinking of banning Poppy at the beginning, but then they realized that Chaos doesn't really flex the Poppy, it's just the top lane, and Baus was pretty confident to pick Cho'Gath into it, which outscales the Poppy by far and can actually push waves back and forth. Did get solo killed? Yeah, so what? He's been solo killed by other people before, who cares? And they felt like they were building more of a front-to-back scaling composition when the Pantheon got left open. Again, the most busted champion in the game right now. They locked that in straight up. So I felt like they didn't necessarily have any concerns with how the draft went. I felt like, if anything, it was the bot lane diff that happened for the early game because of the Tristana into the Kai'Sa rather than anything else.
I think in particular the bot lane focus will be interesting to see if that happens again, right? Because it's not traditional to see an AD carry being R5 to counterpick for the matchup. You'd normally see the mid lane, so I think it depends on how quickly Lo Raton's lock in that bot lane this time around, of course, but I think it's definitely a way that KS can get some lead early on, as the bans look exactly the same at the beginning.
I wanted it. I really wanted to see Vayu as a Teemo.
One day.
I think we deserve this one day.
To be fair,
I don't
think
think
it
so.
really counters the entire champion pool for
Champion
Baus, especially
pool.
when like things like Gragas are banned, which are more burst and they don't care too much about auto attacks. But I feel like his entire champion pool will just get countered by just one little pesky Yordle. So might as well get rid of it. He's very annoying to deal with as well. And Vayu has a big win on it, right? I believe his DPM on that one game that Vayu played this in was 1.6k. His DPM.
To compare,
Sorry,
it was
Timo.
1.2 on Nemesis, right? So, or the painful game, I think, rather, where he was very dominant. So, insane. Let's see, though, full-on bans against the Baus in the top lane. The Vi being taken away as well could obviously also be flexed to the jungle as the Corgi first pick. That gets you 80 carry. That means essentially now we won't see it at R5 because you'll obviously counter it again here, or right here. Could be flex mid lane, though. Keep that open.
I feel like Corki is one of those AD carries that doesn't necessarily really get countered down the bot lane. They're pretty
He's strong
fine.
in
If they
lane.
want to slam something like a Lucian lane to kind of play more aggro towards the bot side of the map, I feel like maybe this is where Chaos start to sway towards playing a little bit more aggro, maybe with a facilitating jungler or someone that can gank a lot. Caitlyn does the same thing again. Here's the problem with Caitlyn, right? You can fall into the trap where you lock in the Karma and suddenly you play into the Nautilus. So I would rather Chaos sort of avoid picking the support right now.
Maybe the Nico later on. I think that's something we could see Steeler play to get that poke in lane as well, but have some different utility in the fight compared to the Karma you traditionally see. But do you want to blind a safe mid lane here? I feel like the two base ones you want to play if you're scuffed are gone. You could just slam the Ari down if you're comfortable enough into it. one of his most played champs. But no, they're sticking to their guts. I love this. This is Shakal's champion. In Denmark, this was his character. Brandvarm Shakal. On fire. Oh, I like this. I like this. That was
does
his
it even
original
mean?
name.
Well, you have
on
to tell us
fire.
what it means. Oh, on
Brandvarm
fire.
means
Okay.
on fire. So he's on fire Shakal in Denmark. That was his real name.
Okay. We learned a lot of Danish with you, by the way.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
love it.
No.
I'm still
It's
waiting
gonna
for
be
the word
Wukong
assemble.
Hani, isn't it? It's very straightforward. It does one thing and one thing really well. It just engages. And honestly, you can actually disrupt things like the Lee Sin kick midway. You can slide into the backline with the Caitlyn as well. So I'm expecting an Annie to potentially be locked in here for Nemesis.
But does that stop the aura that Shakal has on his legendary Lee Sin in the Danish scene? I don't think so. So obviously you make some damn good points, Trouble. We'll see if it does get locked in, because as you mentioned earlier as well, with the
Didn't he
Sin
say he
brand-
just ran out of copium? Like, where did this come from?
Maybe
He has
I think
limited
we're back. I
amount.
think we're back. I like this pick, to be honest. It's a very strong denial. Scoffed his best game last split in Denmark was on the Ari for my team. So I think taking that away is a huge pull. And let's see. I'm not gonna speak too much about it. It could be a little bit of a counter. I do like, not a counter, but a flex here. Not a flex, but I'm talking about a pocket.
Okay, a
That's the
counter
word.
or a flex? You have to decide.
A pocket
what it
pick. I
is.
just couldn't remember the
Hey,
words.
this one I
You know what?
like it. You got the
Sometimes I feel
Wukong
like-
Yari.
His mouth comes before his brain sometimes. So
Yeah,
it's like
I'm
he
caught
says
in the
it, but he hasn't
copium.
processed it.
Sometimes.
I had a big huff of copium before we went on after the break. I'm sorry, my words are completely scattered. As the Silas locked in, that's also one of Scoff's most played champions.
I
I
like
feel like
this.
the Ariel is very good to steal here as well, to get more angles and follow up on the Lee Sin. And are they just going to continue banning the Bows champs? They might very well continue to do so. There are still a few more they could do.
Yeah, I feel like a Volibear should be a must ban right here, because I don't really see any champion that would be more than happy to either play into the Volibear or to kill the Volibear. I feel like if anything, Caitlyn really does struggle against that. And if they don't ban it away here, I would not be surprised to see Bows on it on the top side of the map. The Karma being banned though from the other side from LR, we're looking towards territories like potentially now the Renata, the Lux, or something like the Nico that Declan also mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I do like the Rakan ban. Very safe, right? It's Reckless's two most played engaged champs. Well, it's Alistar and Rakan, so you just take away the other there for comfort. Let's see if they ban away the Nico. The Karma ban, as you correctly mentioned, something that could have been played alongside the Caitlyn, has not been removed. Snila is someone who does play quite a few enchanters, but obviously, as happens with basically every support when they go into comp, you have to play the engages. And Nautilus, I believe his most played champion in his time here in the NLC, has now been taken away.
I saw something. I was looking into a comment Jemana brought up. That's actually a reality. We'll talk about sooner. As they now finally have to reveal something else. Do you pair up the support or do you reveal the top lane? Somehow LR
I feel like you play
were
top, yeah.
Oh, okay. Playing Kled
he
versus
baited us.
Bows.
I feel like it's very scary, right? You have pairings like Milio for Caitlyn, Lux. You can go more towards things like we've seen Leona with her as well, Nico. But you can't blind some of these, because if Nautilus is still in the game, which is not, sorry, if there's engage supports that are in the game that can make that Squishy's life a misery, then it's very, very dangerous to just blind pick that. Oh, that's
There you go.
K-Top. We're back. We're
Bye,
so
man.
back.
He'll be bleeding there, right? If you go Red Kane, the anti-tank, could also go Assassin. Pretty squishy lineup on the side of Chaos. We'll see what he decides. Again, where do we see the R5 support though as Reckless? Bart was hovered earlier. It could be something Steeler would have looked at. Reckless let's play it as well, so see him take it here with the main taken away.
Okay, one last one. There you go. Reckless is going to reveal it, and it's going to be the Bard. Now, for the final pick for Chaos, you now know who you're fighting against. Do you bring in the Karma? Do you bring... What do you pair this Caitlyn with? Because you need that pressure.
Okay, that's not usually what you pair up Caitlyn with, but it's very good if you're playing into two very squishy targets. Not a big fan. I like things that can push with Caitlyn, like the Lux, like the Milio, but it's getting locked in from
We're
Stiller,
cooking.
so they better make this work. You know what? It's just really hard to get the combo with the trap, right? Because you have to like push someone into the trap, and if they flash, then your E, if they pre-flash the E, the knock-up, then the trap is not necessarily properly placed, right? So we'll see how they play down the bot lane for Chaos.
Okay, it's announced. This is the draft. This is the deciding one for LR to move forward. Chaos needs this one if they want to go to game 3. Trouble and Duckling. First game, you told me Chaos had an amazing draft, and it looked really good at the beginning of the game. What about now?
Pure
Okay,
vibes, we roll with it.
Nameplates off, right? Okay, you roll with
Vibes.
it, okay. I'm gonna turn nameplates off and I'll still choose a Lara right here. It's just very simple what they're trying to do. They have an all-in composition with the Corki in the back, and I feel like the execution is really, really hard on the side of Chaos, so I'll give it to a Lara.
But 5 Danes in comfort, I know who I'm betting on. The copium is high. This is it. The Lee
Please
Sin
send it
will
to
do it.
casters. Please send it to casters.
Yeah, I'll do it. Jamana, hip right, save us. What are you...
I'm stuck with a man who's molding right now that Blitzcrank pick. So, yeah,
Not like.
he's being positive for stream, but he was not a happy bunny. Bless him.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out, because at the end of the day, Blitzcrank is as useful as many hooks as he hits on high-value targets.
Yeah.
Every single game. So, we'll see. I do feel like Chaos will give themselves a nice balance of early agency and a certain level of scaling, right? Especially with the Ornn kind of offsetting some of that through the IM upgrades and such. It also gives them a very reliable form of engage a lot of the time. Though I just feel like LR's composition is so slippery and so mobile that it's going to be difficult to lock down a lot of these targets, and a lot of the hard CC is effectively just reliant on the Blitzcrank and honestly on the Silas chains.
Yeah.
As follow-up to the Ornn, right? So we'll see how things unfold. LR are grouped up here on the bottom side of the map, probably expecting some kind of level 1 shenanigans from Blitzcrank, but Chaos, kind of opposite to the namesake right now. You know, just a 5-point start. Normal line of scrimmage.
I think they learned their lesson after the last game. I think they were too focused on Chaos. And it's a shame because they did have a really good read on how to play that early game. Maybe a late invade, but I think the wards go down. Sniller's just going to back off, and yeah.
Now,
Blitzcrank does one thing, and that is literally one
does.
thing, and that is it. Like, other supports have a bit of versatility, but it is hook, and I guess you could argue there's a silence there, but I don't think the silence is enough to count as a whole thing. Does look like Baus is actually just going to queue the wall, as he did
wanted
get
to late
momentarily
invade,
invaded here. Nemesis not going to make a trade, although I say that they got the chain lash to land in. Flash out from Nemesis. Didn't use the Blitzcrank, but they still got an early flash.
yeah, okay, let's see what the response is here, though, because Shakal is going to be late to starting a camp. Velia's already on Wolves, so Shakal actually needs to walk past blue buff and walk to Wolves, and that's exactly what he's doing. We need to look at the jungle. We do not need to look at what's going on here right now. Velia got level 2, so now Shakal just wasted a whole bunch of time here, and has effectively going to be starting from almost 2 camps down in terms of tempo. Now, I would be remiss if we did not talk about this top lane Kane.
Yeah.
Because we don't see Kane often, or basically ever anyway. But now we are seeing it out of Baus in the top lane. Now, if you are a follower of Lo Raton scrims, you would have seen him play it quite a few times, but particularly into GAM in their show match scrim exhibition little thingy. And you can see on the minimap already, his wave clear early on is so potent, you can very often just crash that second wave, use the E to walk through the wall, and just get a very easy proxy. Now, the problem is, Shakal was always going to be on the top side of the map, and so you're going to get a very, very quick and easy first blood over to Vayu.
Yeah, nice little first blood picked up off the back of that one. A few stacks onto Baus there, but you know, again, starting off with a early death. Is going to go back, grab a coal,
Yeah,
and
hey, look.
head back to lane.
He got the first 3 waves.
Yeah,
He's coming back with a call, like you say. So I think we know what he's going to be doing. And honestly, Kane's balanced around being in the jungle. So his Q dealing as much damage as it does to minions is something where if this pick ever gets popularized in lane, that's getting nerfed. That will be one of the first things to go. But for the time being, you're going to see anytime you pan towards the top side, Val should be able to just very easily acquire Pyro and then look to set up a proxy. And it's on Chaos, more or less, to really try and stop this from unfolding. You'd see already, like, undone that slow push immediately. He's just going to almost walk past Vayu if he really wants. Q him, Q the wave at the same time, and just set up this proxy whenever he feels like he has the time to do so. For the time being, though, with Shakal still being on the top side, it is a little bit risky to try and immediately force.
I mean, if you look at the map right now, Shackle is thinking about going up into that top lane. He's making
not
his way
thinking.
over. Okay.
He's not thinking.
He's
doing
thought
it.
about it and he's decided he's going top lane. Vayu, I believe he was interrupted on his buy there. It's just going to get jumped onto. Shackle Ward hops in and Bounce jumps into the wall. That champion, honestly, the way he works at the edge of the map is infuriating.
Yeah, it's always been a very strange. It's not Vayu's face, so I'm not sure how somehow. It's always been a very weird one for me too, because for anyone who doesn't know, classes make this about themselves moment. I've been playing this champ since its release 8 years ago, so this is also one of the things that I've always said. I think they should nerf this. Like, it's not balanced, and we might get more demonstrations of it throughout the game, where Mouse might get collapsed on, and then he just presses E and walks in the wall, and there's not really anything you could do about it if you don't have, you know, a Blitzcrank hook to -1 Mouse to send into the wall. To pull him out. That's it. Like, there are very few, you know, abilities in this game that'll actually get him out of the wall if he's not been damaged already. So keep your eyes on that. But for the time being, again, proxy achieved, set up. He's probably got enough mana for one more wave if you would like it. And then I would imagine he wants to set up a base.
Yeah, looks like he's actually set that base up now. I don't think they have perfect information on where Jackal was. It's just going to play it off for the moment as Scuff just teleported back into lane. It's going to lose a fair amount of HP here, though. Shackle may look for Nemesis. Nemesis gets... Oh! That was perfect timing on the sidestep. Snilla found herself a hook onto Reckless, who'd just been through the portal, and Reckless just portals back out.
Very, very easy sidestep.
A lot less energy at the start of this game.
Well, yeah. I mean, the first game was just, you know, wow. I mean, Crowny didn't even move on that one. The first game was a lot more, I think, volatile. Well, I say that with a Blitzcrank in the game, but I feel like the volatility of how the bot lane in particular interacted really helped assist that one as mid lane, Scarf.
Veli hasn't got ult, so not much he can do. I say that. Scuff does lose a fair chunk of HP. I'd have just took a few too many auto attacks as the clone gets gobbled up by the hook. And so far, Snilla has landed one hook onto one real person.
Yep,
I'm counting. I'm counting to see how much they get out of this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, we just gonna do a hook counter for this entire game.
Yeah, one.
I'm
right.
out.
Oh! Oh, Scuffed! That's a
I thought he was gonna give it up. I thought he was gonna give it up.
Bounce. Getting jumped onto here by Vayu. Just gonna break away from the wall. Jumps away for a brief second. Gets some damage off. Vayu's gonna get caught by the Emerald Trespass. He's in danger here.
Oh!
Bounce just about lives. Pings away.
Yeah. Scuffed was also killed after that solo kill by Velia, so caught out in the end on that recall. But this is a huge, you know, a continuingly huge win. Oh, yeah. Reckless is dead. Via Warfare picked up Chaos. A lot going on. A lot going on the map right now in all three lanes. But yeah, it seems like Reckless must have got hooked. My expectation there from Stilla. But Baus, you know, continuing to kind of just nullify and scale up, and he's gonna play a bit more annoyance here to Vayu, and gonna force the flash actually. So really good start for him, and just to do a bit of a check-in here. Oh, I actually can't do it from the obs. I thought I could see how close he was to form from obs side, but I can't. So just assume, on my guesstimation of playing this champ for a very long time, he's probably about 55-ish% of the way through the bar right now.
That much already? I mean, he's looking
we're
quite
8 minutes
scary.
in. Even for lane.
Snilla!
He's alright. He's fine.
If Snilla had Sweeper, he was getting hooked. He didn't know, so he's okay. Looks like the attention has shifted towards the Grubs. Lost Return to get first move onto that one. Chaos this time, though, I will give it to them. They got the first dragon. So last time around, we had a bit more of a shaky performance on that front, so they were able to get it. Chaos actually got the health bar on Shackle to look for the contest here. Velia has 6, so it does make it a little bit more dicey for them. Double Grubs picked up. Chaos gonna just deny the third, it looks like, as Velia jumps over the wall. Scuff, finds himself in a little bit of danger, has stolen away the Tempered Fate. Just forced Velia to throw out the monkey spin, catches him with the Tempered Fate as well, and that is a hook onto the monkey. Right here secures the kill. 2 hooks from Snilla.
2 for 2. in the important moments. I'm sure there's been a couple of
There's been a couple of misses,
flown
yeah.
wide that we haven't seen, but you know, the ones that mattered right now in front of objectives.
Let's go for 3.
3 for 3.
Misses the ultimate.
Yeah.
Can't miss the E. It's a hit. Gets the hook. Traps placed down. Raya finds a bit of damage. The barrier's been used. There's the ace in the hole. Raya, you're under tower. No way did he do that.
Oh no, it's
Oh.
oh, that's a disaster. That's just a
Bounce?
down bad. Well, Vayu doesn't have flash. And the problem
Yeah,
is Bounce
but the
can-
goat's
no,
being
he missed the
called
cube.
into
He's dead.
the knock-up.
Oh, great backstep from Vayu. What Bounce was looking for there was just that one little lick of damage so he could use the Umbral Trespass to dodge the second cast of Call of the Forge God there. Couldn't find it. Great spacing from Vayu. And Bounce is going to donate over a little bit of golden. Honestly, Ornn in this game, there's not a true... Well, there will be a red cane.
Oh, he's dead.
Got his
He
base
didn't get the
knocked
recall off. No flash available to him. Jumps away. Monkey
The
comes
little
in.
stop
Yeah,
after the
there's
E.
no way.
Very unfortunate. I was going to say, there's no, you know, true tank buster in this game. But red cane. I forgot my own champion for a second, and Bounce does have that bar now. Those couple of 1v1s that he found himself in has given him rust already at 10 minutes, so his 1v1 versus Vayu just got significantly easier. He's going to get a lot of extra healing. The W now knocks up as well, and just in general, that healing is going to make him more difficult to deal with when you factor in all the mobility too, so Chaos are going to have to continue to deal with this annoying, like, fly on the side lane and very obnoxious bruiser once he starts to show up to these team fights.
Yeah, he's a little bit down at the moment. Just having a quick look at the items that are coming in. We've got that Collector now finished up onto Raya. Veli has actually just been back to base and finished up his Triforce, so 2 complete items are already in for one each side. And once again, it is Raya who's kind of first to a major spike or first to a early spike. And he make it work as they find the knock-up in, and that is one dead Corki. Going to be Shackle sliding in to secure the kill. Finds the kick onto Reckless, doesn't follow up with anything more. Just going to back off.
Vulcan collected, and it's Raya's the Dragon spawning.
Oh,
up
Shackle.
Reckless. Oh,
That's
Shackle.
not where you want to be stunned, my friend. He...
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Jamada says it all for me there, mate. I don't need to go for that at all. That was a
Yeah.
flash you don't want to miss.
Normally, by craft of commentating, what we call that is an interjection. I feel like normally I'm pretty good with my interjection, but sometimes you see a flash, a play like that, not so good. Nemesis greatly chunks out of Vayu there, and whilst Shuckle Steph was quite bad, it's not going to quite cost Chaos this Dragon as of right now, so they can feel a little bit content about that. And they did pick up that first one, so if they are able to somehow sneak away this second Dragon, it does put something on the minds of LR to have to think about, as Raya does have sums, so Baus thinks differently about the full-on commit there. But you can see the damage on offer, even on Red Form Kane. Very delectable looking.
Yeah, Raya's able to back off for the moment, but Chaos are starting up this Dragon. Baus scouts it out, swims through the wall. Dragon's going to reset. I thought they smited there for a second. That was just the E on Shackle. I got baited by Lee Sin abilities. It's been a moment. I say it's been a moment. Don Jake played it in week 1. Dragon number 2 will go over to Chaos, and Vayu will lose his life in response to that. It does look like Los Ratones, though, are going to answer out with this first tower. Not going to be enough to secure themselves the feat of strength right yet, as Baus getting the Q thrown onto him. Reckless is here to back up Baus, as a tower actually does stand in the bottom side for the moment. Chaos denying that third grub may have slowed down the ability for Los Ratones to take that tower.
They'll get it, though. They will get it now. And that'll be a nice additional bit of pocket change.
There it is.
Crown his back pocket, as take a look at this top side dive, and whilst I admire Chaos trying to find that cross map on the bottom side, Kanan just takes so long to kill. As the charm connects, very simple, even a nice little W dodge away from that knockup from belly up, and the kill is secured. Is this alive?
Oh yeah,
Scuffed
Scuff's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, goodbye Scuffed.
Happens in replays from time to time. Just gets overextended and caught for it. Ace in the hole comes in just to stop Reckless resetting.
That's very petty.
That is insanely petty. He won't let Reckless reset.
Yeah.
I mean, Reckless
Actually,
may punish him for it, though.
Yeah, now, I haven't really been tracking the overall lane assignments for the first 40 minutes. My bad as an analyst, I guess, but Raya is actually just a little bit down on XP on Reckless. I don't know how that's happened, as
Oh, there's the hook actually onto the key target. Silence comes in. Crowley can't escape. Raya gets the kill, gets the 90 cal net off onto Nemesis as well. Flashes over the charm and collects the kill. Shut down for Raya.
That's a nice amount of gold going back into the pocket of this Caitlyn, and already having the collector now currently sat on, I want to say, about 1.3, 1.5k gold. That's a big injection of cash to get towards that Infinity Edge on that second item. And Caitlyn, you know, infamously, we talk about her having a bit of a power trough in the mid game, especially if she isn't, you know, accelerating gold. She doesn't actually have a natural attack speed story or anything like that. This gold gonna go a very long way to making her feel very, very strong. As replay, this charm actually stops Nemesis from getting insect in, but then the rocket grab finds its way onto Crowley. Great aim from Stiller, and Raya is able to pick him up very, very comfortably. And I think Nemesis dashed into a trap over the wall there. What I want to say, allowed for all of that additional damage to follow through.
It's one of those things that I think quite a lot of people forget about Caitlyn. Raya was standing in a bush. So you get double stacks on your headshots when you're standing in a bush as Caitlyn. So I think he just got more headshots off than Nemesis was ready for, just purely because he was standing in the bush. Really, really nice damage coming in there from Raya. And honestly, we were critical of the Blitzcrank. Snill is kind of the man of the moment there. Really turned that one around. Charm lands onto Scuff. Misses the chain lash. Does steal, though, the Spirit Rush. Nemesis just going to answer out with his own. Going very low here. In comes Reckless. In goes to another Charm. Scuff jumps over. The flash comes out. He needs to get the Kingslayer off, but I don't think it's going to happen. That's the kill for Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, it's support your dreams there. Getting in the way of the chain lash. Bouse is going to do the thing in 8 seconds. But he doesn't have the E for now, but he has all of his spells. And there's only one person that deals damage here, Jake, and it's the Lee Sin.
Yeah, well, the Forge God comes in, flashes away from the second one. Hook doesn't land from Sniller. Bouse is able to escape. Not Grubbs, Rift Herald is available, and if Chaos get that, that is a feat of strength for them. So it's a little boot upgrade.
I think they can. Look at Raya's health. Scuffed, obviously dead, and in base they have to answer the bottom side of the map too.
Yeah.
Just too much going on for Chaos right now to really find the time to get that Herald. And Jake, very silently, it's a 5k gold lead for LR. Like, across the board. Like, look at the top side of the map. We haven't really focused on it much because there has been a lot of action in this game. The gold has just very silently... Shackle was looking for the Herald there. He didn't want to find the Q onto Crown. He knew exactly what he wanted, and then decided that he didn't want it anymore.
Oh no, Stiller's done it again. Silence on. Crowley's able to escape this time. Shackle's coming forwards. As in jumps Raya, puts down the trap, but it's not going to be enough. Jumps away with the 90 cal net. Reckless can't find the Cosmic Binding off, but in comes Scuff on the flank here. Charm still available to Nemesis and the Spirit Rush. I think that might actually just be Los Ratones getting this Dragon number 3.
Yeah, I think so too. 30 seconds time. I mean, Stiller's a support, and this early on, the death timer is actually going to mean that he will make it back onto the map in time. But again, the priority is the major issue. And Blitzcrank, when you don't have vision control, it just feels horrible. You know, you're the one that has to face check. You don't get, you know, priority on who you want to hook. It's kind of just who offers themselves up and a bit of a prayer.
Raya?
Is it Raya?
That is not the place that... Okay, he was not looking at his screen. Sad.
He was looking at the pick on the bottom.
Oh!
And now they're...
Into the Cosmic Binding. That's going to be the lockdown onto the pair of them as Shackle falls. Scuff takes the portal, but I don't think he's got a 1v3 in him. He's too far behind. Los Ratones press the advantage harder. They're going to secure this Dragon. The first one for themselves, and a big denial from Chaos.
Yeah, and this was one of the core win conditions for Chaos for this game. I feel like getting towards an early soul, Ocean Solar, that would have been really nice in a game like this. But losing that Dragon, losing those picks, already at the deficit that they were, extending it out even further to over a 7,000 gold lead for LR. LR have just played the map. You know, what's in front of them relatively well. They've definitely been caught out a fair bit. you know, across the board. Everyone's had their moment this game, it feels like, but
Yeah.
overall, still in such major control of this game that doesn't really feel like there's much threat of dropping this gold lead, bar some major misplays. And perhaps some major plays from Chaos. And this is where the Blitzcrank thing comes in, you know, like this kind of game. Maybe LR get a little bit disrespectful for a moment. They don't think the Blitzcrank is in the bush that he's in, you know, and then ooh, bang! Rocket grab into death. And those deaths scale into the game, right? So we're gonna have to sit and wait with bated breath, my dear friend. See whether or not that actually happens. But for now, LR full control of the game.
And again, I feel like, you know, Riot has made some mistakes here, as my screen has gone entirely grey. I hope everyone at home can see better than I can. There we go. I do feel like Riot, even with their mistakes, is the kind of guy to watch. Might have to hold that thought, because Vayu in danger. Chaos, yeah, they've lost their top. There's nothing they can do. Lost Return is just bringing 4 over to make sure this happens. Secure this tower number 2 on the top side. And Riot just going to go back, get that Yum tiles finished up. And, I mean, that doesn't even give you 50% crit right yet. Like, you have to stack that up. And remember the changes. Oh, no, don't worry. He was going for... wasn't Yum tiles. He had a noon quiver. I got baited.
Yeah.
Lord Doms.
Yeah, we went towards Lord Doms first. I would actually take the Kane here. I mean, he's level 13. 2 items. Also, that Bloodmail item is incredibly powerful on Kane, just because of the way that he wants to cast ult normally. It means he just gets like the maximum amount of like damage out of the ability because of Bloodmail. Though the damage doesn't, well, the damage kind of does translate a bit to the heal. But anyway, he's fine. Oh.
That was almost pretty far from fine there. It's going to get caught by the E. Sniller has silence available to him. Isn't going to throw it down. Chainlash does a fair amount of damage. In comes the Call of the Forge God, followed up by the ultimate and the ace in the hole. They're going to throw onto Nemesis. The Tempered Fate will collect onto a couple of people, but that's 2 kills going over to the side of Chaos to open it up. Down they fall. No, the Humble Trespass, actually. I got baited. Bounce finds the turnaround. Sniller's able to break away. Can Bounce sustain. He's a red Kane, remember. A shutdown off screen for Scuff. In jumps Crowny, though, looking for Shackle. He will fall. Reckless secures the kill. Cosmic Binding hits the mark. Hook goes wide. Scuff has no angle in. I say that, but Bounce finishes him up. Crowny doing so much work. Riot will fall. No. Chaos are too low to live this fight. Crowny will not chase Sniller any further, but Sniller gets flushed onto by Reckless. A double kill for the Bard. And I think this might be a 2-0 for LR.
Yeah, and a particularly quick one. That Atacon's on the map. Another 700 gold will go over to Crowny's bank account. And we'll get a replay at what ended up being a very, very extended fight, where it kicks off the Ornn ultimate, and the pick onto Nemesis actually gets rocket grabbed right as Stiller gets turned golden by the Tempered Fate. Bounced by so much time with this Umbral Trespass. Of course, Red Kane healing on a somewhat health-stacked opponent is going to do that, and off on the side of the screen there. Did see Velia get picked off, scuffed. Killed off by Crowny, or Reckless rather. And then this is kind of the point where you need to see Chaos. Oh, hold on, back to life, because
Nemesis.
Chakal's getting picked out.
Able to jump the wall, gets the kick off, able to break away for a second, but Velia's going to continue to chase off screen. Bounce is getting jumped onto. The Tempered Fate able to do so much work. Riot gets a chunk onto Crowny, but it's not going to be enough damage. Sniller caught by the charm. A double kill for Nemesis. Vayu will fall as well. That's a pickup for Velia. And Reckless, he's found Riot. Riot's just on his lonesome. Triple kill for Nemesis. And it just feels like the fighting from Chaos is so scattered. They never have anyone with the Caitlyn. And these calls are messy.
It's been the story of the series, though, hasn't it? Like, Chaos have just not really been able to reconnect at any of these moments where it feels like they get split up in these team fights. And it's meant either, you know, Shakal is off on the side making his own play. Raya, same thing, or Scuffed, you know. No one's really been on the... They've been on the same page in terms of the play that they want to make, but they've not been on the same target, if that makes sense. You know, like, they are all geared towards wanting to fight, but they're not fighting the right people at the right time. And just that little bit of miscoordination, unfortunately, is all Lo Ratoners need to take over control of any game. But especially one where they already had pretty low hopes for Chaos to upset the apple cart here. And Velia's just going to solo out. this Atacon. Team is buffed. And unlike game number 1 here, Baron is likely to spawn up on the map. And that will probably be what LR, I'm not going to say need, but will acquire to end this game.
Well, that were a pick onto Raya, but Raya this time does have Sniller, so the angles aren't quite there for them. Vayu teleported into that tier 3 tower, by the way. So, I mean, that's a tool wasted. I think they genuinely thought they were going to commit for Raya. Trying to come in for the backup. IE now finished up. In comes the Collector from the ace in the hole. Shut down from Raya. I think it was the bullet, actually, from the first strike.
Yeah, it could have been.
Got the Collector gold there, and that's a big shutdown. Again, Raya is the shining star here for Chaos, but his team just leave him to play his own thing. This is the end of the Caitlyn Power Trough.
Yeah.
You are 3 items in. Actually,
the
only
edge,
just got
yep.
boots too. Yeah, this is where Caitlyn's going to be at her strongest. I need to see them play around him. Raya is 2 levels down on Crownie.
And LDR with very little armor on the enemy team too, so he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Baus
Coming over.
is very low.
Yep, just going to jump in.
Scuff.
Just trying to space them out. Mouse gets silenced, gets finished up. Raya secures the kill. Vayu will fall to Nemesis though in the meanwhile, so it's a 1-for-1.
I mean, one of those top laners is not like the other, is what I'll say about that pick. Because Ornn is the main form of engage for Chaos, right?
Yeah.
So without him in the fold, it's very difficult for Chaos to potentially punish the fact
Look
that
at the
they
bot
picked
lane.
off Baus. I'd love maybe love to know how that happened to Vayu, but like you say, the bot lane, right? Like, Sniller's, well...
They had a Rift
fucking
Herald there.
bot lane.
They got to go deal with the Rift
Yeah,
Herald.
they had to go and deal with that. And now the Baron's been picked up, pretty much on spawn.
That's
And
nice.
Chaos are now going to have to deal with Baron Siege.
You know, even with Baus going down there, Velia dropped the Rift Herald in the bot lane, moved straight over the Baron with his team, and Chaos, I just don't think they expected that Baron to go so quick. I think they thought there was going to be some siege onto the bot lane to kind of pull pressure away. It was just the Herald on his lonesome. Send Sniller down. Baron goes down incredibly quick when you know, I've been talking about how Raya is the shining hope for Chaos. Crownie's turbo fed. He's level 16 on Corki. He's going to melt through Baron.
That he did. As now Chaos have to sit here and defend this
Oh my
siege.
word.
That's a lot of damage out from Nemesis.
That is not
Big
okay.
stun from Reckless as well. It's not okay, but that's where we're at in the game. Nemesis, mind you, doesn't even have a death cap yet, so it's gonna get.
Sniller, Shackle.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I saw what he was going for. It was not enough. Oh my word, Sniller. Where did your health bar go? Actually, where did Nemesis? Luckily, he has some Coco to keep him going. Right, yeah, could have finished him off the back of that one. Baus just going to finish up the tower. They're going to pull out the horn, but, I mean, that goat ain't doing anything.
I'll use that again, unfortunately.
This is a hard one for Chaos.
It's a hard one. Yeah, it's difficult, challenging.
The good news
What else
is
you got in the tank?
they got lower brackets as they go through. This isn't the end of their run yet, but they have a lot of work to do. As in comes the monkey spin. Tempered Fate lands in. Raya isn't actually one of the ones caught. He is able to finish up Baus here. Jumps in. Humble Trespass is going to finish him up. Good scat of the week, and that is going to be only Scuff standing. Los Ratones. An incredibly, incredibly clean game too. Chaos couldn't even put up a slight semblance of a game there. Scuff standing on the fountain, trying to get himself a kill or two, but it's not going to be enough. Down goes the Nexus. 2-0 to Los Ratones.
50 minutes or so, maybe 51 of gameplay in this series, and I think about 40 of it belongs to LR very, very comfortably. Some early signs of life, and I think that also from Chaos, and I do want to focus on that very briefly. That could be a window in for their potential lower bracket run. You have to remember as well where they're going to end up in the bracket. I'm not going to do the maths on air now because I can't remember how it all falls. But I think there are still some promising moments and opportunities for them to play through. But for LR, a mostly clean day at the office. I still have some concerns about their first 10 minutes of a game and how that looks, especially against like a Nord or a Rich Gang even, right? This is another team that we have to really consider as one of these frontrunners. But when it comes to the mid game, when it comes to anything outside of just that dedicated laning phase, these guys have got everything on lock. It is so difficult to shake them out of their patterns, and until a team clocks that, I think they're going to continue to stomp through a lot of these series here.
Yeah, continuing the dominance there for Los Ratones. At 2-0 series, knocking Chaos into the lower bracket. We're going to pass it over to the desk to break down this series 1 of the day. So over to you, Archer.
2-0, clean one for Los Ratones. They're able to take down Chaos. First game, we saw a little bit of Chaos. On the second one, not as much, let's be honest. It was a little bit more control of LR. Duckling, I know you want to get something out. I can see you like...
I think we saw something from them. We saw their personality.
Okay.
Not to say it was perfect by any means, right? They got smashed in 27 minutes. We saw a solo kill from Scuffed in mid lane, where I thought he played really well. We saw some of the inter as well, where like you almost had it. This is the one in particular where like you should have gotten this kill, but yeah, Trouble, take it away.
I mean, that was the interaction that I wanted to talk about when the Blitzcrank plus Caitlyn came through, right? It's just so difficult. If you pre-buffer your flash, it's just so difficult to actually position a trap where it will land. And you kind of saw the interaction right there with the Blitzcrank, right? You pull them in, they pre-buffer the flash, then your trap is pretty much null.
The interaction
okay,
might
bro?
not work, but you should not be standing on the turret firing your ultimate, please. We like headless
Okay, I have you
moment
one
a few
better.
times. Go
I
on.
have you one better. DJ, drop the next one. Because I have you one better. If you don't want him to stand under a tower, would you like him to stand in the mid lane casting his ult?
Oh, I don't think that's the one.
Dun, 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 dun.
Don't show me this. No, this is another one. This was another moment
Oh wait, this
of
is not it. Okay, this is not it. Okay.
This was just a macro mistake because a very nice pick. So, and this is what I mean. We saw a bit of chaos here, right? We saw them play around the weird Blitzcrank, use the Lee Sin a bit. But at this point, look at the situation. We didn't actually see, but there's a Drake spawning. There's a Drake spawning. You've got man advantage. What did the Lee Sin do? He went for the bot and died. Just take the Drake. Take the safe win.
Yeah. This is pretty much what we talked about earlier on, where like, hey, this is kind of like a class diff between the teams, right?
Yeah.
It's knowing what to prioritize on the map and how to use the resources, the advantages for your side. And right there, that was a 4 versus 5 where it didn't really end up
we
into
see
anything.
it.
And we have the continuation as well. Production is absolutely
Hey!
smurfing. Okay, 4 versus 5. Just kill the Corki, connects the Q, and takes the portal, right? And Velia is around, ends up killing him, and the objective goes over to the set of LR.
My soul.
The sound effects of the Danish in the background.
My
was
Danish
so
soul is
good.
bleeding watching that. I'm lucky we didn't have the replay where Rai doesn't look at where he is and just walks into 3 members ulting instead of doing... Guys, I love you, Denmark, please. I saw a bit of personality, I like that. There was one very close fight around the 20-minute mark where I thought maybe they had cooked, but Baus just bought enough time and then they were a bit too eager, they just couldn't get the final kills. And I believe this replay highlights that as they try and catch out Baus early on. They play around it pretty well. Nemesis dies early. And yeah, I mean, it was a very close fight. This is where I think they get some credit. They were so close to bringing it back.
Yeah, on the other side, you kind of see LR how scattered they are around the map. They lose Nemesis first, he gets caught, then Baus dives in, but then Veli's on the tops of the map and Reckless on the bottom side, and then Crown is in the river, trying to chase away the Lee Sin. So, kind of, if you take those isolated fights, Chaos comes out on top, because all of those fights that we saw on our screens right now were, in terms of numbers, favored from the side of Chaos.
And I mean, think about how much damage Baus had put down on him that fight, and he still didn't die up until the very end. And yeah, at this point the game was over. That's what the fight that needed to go their way. They had some, I mean, foolish mistake, I want to say. Like the Lee Sin one, the Caitlyn ulting 2 times while just dying for it. Those mistakes needed to have been caught out. I saw a few positives here, and hopefully they can work on that into the lower bracket, because this was better than game 1, I want to say, to be honest. I like more of the creativity here, but they were just miles away from Los Ratones. It was a class diff, as Trouble would say.
Look at Velia again. Like, whenever he goes for kills,
Listen, man.
he gets the damage towards them. Like,
Velia might not do the most damage, but when he does damage, he does it to kill. So
yeah,
there
he
it
goes
is.
for the throat. He's a killer. Damn, okay. I respect that. I respect that. I really like this new graphic on the post game where you can understand if the damage was qualified for anything. And so far, Velia has been surprising. He's not playing on his Nidalee, but regardless of that, he's still Velia. And this means LR are going to move forward. They move forward on the upper bracket. And Chaos right now are waiting for what's going to happen next. And then if they go to the lower bracket as it stands, I believe they're going to be finding LLS. But that more into the future, we do have an interview with Los Ratones. I do believe it's Crowny back with us. Where is he? Not ready yet.
He's not here yet.
I got
He's not here yet.
debated.
He's
on his way.
He's on his way.
He's
Calm
walking,
down.
he's just walking slowly, you know, because he's
Yeah.
played 2 games. He's kind of tired. He's on his way slowly.
He's walking with style.
That's right. That's right.
He's the master.
Kind of like the guys who walk away from explosions, you know?
Yeah, after playing Corky. Yeah, okay. I'm just seeing a little bit more information. Yeah, I was saying that Chaos, if they move onto the lower bracket as it stands, it means they're going to be fighting versus LLS. And then we have to understand what's going to happen between the next game, which is going to be Bulldog versus Nord. A lot of favoritism towards Nord because of the team they brought in. But Bulldog, they know how to bite.
They've got
So,
some fight.
okay.
I'm excited for that one. I am very much excited.
Wait,
but I
do
think
we
I
have
might
the
The
master?
interview ready, so I should take it away.
Bring it up, Crowdy, join us. Welcome back. How are you doing, boss? Good to see you again.
Doing great. Thank you.
That was a clean
Good
one. Okay, first game. Let's talk about the bot lane on the first game at the beginning. What do you have to say? With the Kai'Sa versus the Tristana.
I just griefed. I mean, we were talking about small trading, but since I don't have E, she can just jump on me, and then they just killed me. And then the whole map died, so I thought it was a bit cooked. But I think their swap wasn't the best. They could have just pressured us, but they wanted to play the map more. So we managed to catch back up with Drakes and our mid game play. But yeah, our early games were not that good, so we have to fix that for sure.
That's a question that I have for you. The early games sometimes are surprising for LR, but you always come back
Yeah.
on the mid to late game. What is that focus where you always get the control back? How do you get it?
I think we have players who know how to play the map well. Pretty much everyone in the team knows when to take waves or how to be efficient with waves in mid game. And many teams here either overgroup or they chase random kills or don't play tempo well. I think that was our strength the whole year, actually, our mid games or late games.
I have a question specifically for you. I heard you talking about this a long time ago on your stream, which was about the way you play the bot lane and how you control the bot lane and how the bot lanes work on the RLs as well. And there's a massive difference. What do you believe it's lacking right now that you currently have to be so dominating?
I think Reckless has a lot of experience since he was West AD carry for a long time, and I also played LEC and Worlds experience and stuff like that, so we both know how to play bot lane and matchups. And I think he's also way more willing to play range supports that most of the time in ERL it doesn't happen, even in LEC, but in ERL I think even less. People love defaulting to melees because it's easier to just play with engage. But we were more started playing Lucianami before anyone else, and we're playing Lulu lanes and Karma for a long time, so I think we play those lanes very well.
Okay. Crowny, one last one for you. I gotta make this question. Imagine you're an opponent for LR, and every single time you go for a ban on Baus. Everybody keeps banning Baus. Does it even make sense to try and ban Baus away? It doesn't work. It doesn't matter what he plays. I saw the Rammus the other day. He was popping with Rammus on top, so does it even make sense?
It's either you ban him and lose, or give him his champs and still lose, so I don't know.
Okay, what do you feel about the upper bracket? Is there any opponent right now that you can see yourself struggling with?
Well, if Nord win we are playing Nord, right, next? If they win their series, yeah. I wasn't expecting to play them this early. I thought they're the best team in the other group, but they got upset, I guess. So, and last time we played them in best of 3, we got 2-0. So I think we have to be a bit careful, because if we have early games like today, I can see us losing for sure. So obviously Nord is, I would say, they're the strongest team besides us. So this is gonna be a good match.
Okay. Hopefully, let's see what the Rats are able to bring. Thank you so much for this interview, Crown. Pleasure to talk to you again. Oh wait, I'm listening voices. Wait, what is happening? Okay, Treble. Yeah. Wait, is Treble talking? Crown, can you hear Treble?
No.
No, we can't hear you, Trouble.
good.
Scuffed. We got you baited. Sorry, Cloudy. Trouble was trying to
No
talk
problem.
to you from the other side. Well, we didn't get Trouble. But thank you again for the interview. I'll see you
Thank
soon,
you.
boss.
Thank you.
Have a
Bye.
lovely one. You got robbed, Trouble. Sorry. What do you wanted to do?
I wanted to ask him if he knows what this is.
That is massive. That is
right?
Baus with Shogath on max hard steel
Okay,
stacks.
and look, if you thought he wasn't looking at you, now he is.
Wait, it
Side-eye
moves?
is crazy.
It
Side-eye
moves?
is crazy.
That's all I wanted to ask. That's it. You can throw the break. or
That's
wherever
it.
it's going.
Hey, we're gonna have a next series after this one. It's gonna be Bulldog versus Nord, the dog versus the Phoenix. Whoever comes on top of this one will fight versus the Rats. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, Nord versus Bulldog. The show is about to start, but where do we start? I think mid lane should be the hit, because we have a lot to talk about them when you, when you put it face to face.
A bit of a
Okay.
difference
They
in
play
the Syndra,
Syndra.
right?
That's some Syndra diff right there between Zvera and Painful. Obviously, that was the game that the only game that Nord dropped. Zvera wasn't that Syndra, and Painful smurfed on it to single-handedly bring Bulldog Esports back that win versus HelloLess. So there you go. Obviously, we're just kidding, right? But
Yeah, I
this
mean,
Yeah, bring the head to head. Bring the head to head. Yeah, no,
Bring the
not
real
the real one.
head-to-head.
Yeah, bring the real head to head between Zvido and Painful. There you go.
it's close. I mean, it is very close, right? These numbers
It
show
is.
two very good players. I think the goal difference is really the biggest one. Big difference there between number 3 and number 2 when you really dig into it. But, I mean, both of these have had their moments. They've had some good games. They've had some less games. But overall, I think these are two of the better mid laners we have in the league. Zvido, one of the top ones, really one of the ones I'm looking to potentially challenge Nemesis, and Painful, a delightful surprise on his return to the NLC.
Yeah, that is interesting. If you look into the CS per minute, we know it's Nemesis, the first one. We showed the graphic today. He's behind Nemesis in terms of farming as well. And, well, this is going to be a lot of focus on the mid lane, but do you think that is where our eyes should be the entire game? Because North has a roster. They have a roster, just like did.
Just like any other team. All teams have a roster, right?
Respect.
They have 5 players and a coach. Yes.
Ooh, hold up.
I got diffed.
Hold up. Who?
Okay. I will say I feel like a really interesting matchup for me would be Treats and Kasane. Because they're both very vocal in their teams. I think particularly Treats has been a leader in pretty much every team that he's played from. I know him from his time with SK when I was a content creator for them as well. So we quite spent a lot of time together. I feel like he's very sure of what he wants to do on the map. He's very vocal. He roams a lot. He makes plays for his team. I would say he's kind of like the playmaker, the star quality that we're looking for in a player. And on the other side, you do have Kasane, who, even though he's trying to keep the game together early on for Bulldog Esports, this is where he brings it together later on through team fighting, through finding angles and ganks and skirmishes, right? So I feel like Kasane versus Streets could be really interesting to see down the bot lane.
The only member remaining from the previous split, the team that was together ever since Winter Split, with Exafang on the bot side, and we heard from a lot of people that Dream would be the one. Hey, he can do the same as Exafang, but he plays on a different style. I think his Jhin was not like his champion. He's... Are you okay, Duckley? You have some information.
I think one of the words I heard about Dream, and this is just insider sources, but I've heard apparently this kid is supposed to have a ceiling higher than Exofang, and we saw him reach quite high. So I don't think he's been able to reach it yet.
Exofang is just 17. We haven't even seen his ceiling.
See, this is the thing with sports, though. Time goes fast. If you're he's 17, but this guy's 16. This guy's 16. He can be even better. We are already thinking about the next generation when the current one is still here. This is future planning. This is having an academy.
Bro,
you know,
you don't separate generations by 1 year difference.
Yeah,
what?
of course.
Duckling is like Exafang. He's old. He's 17.
Old, he's washed.
Jimmy 16. Peak.
Gotta have new talent. No, heading into the draft, we do instantly see Dream, the Wonder Kid, the Messiah. I'm joking. Those are very big words on a 16-year-old. But we do see his
Caitlyn ban.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
Oh. Okay, Pantheon getting removed. We're probably gonna see a little bit more focus on that. Not allowing Yankees to be Yankees. He has been spamming the Viego. We all know about that, and he's rising a little bit on that champion. But right now, the main champions, at least at meta, are available.
Yeah, and I love the respect here on the Caitlyn from Nord. We did just see how Bulldog turned this around by dream baiting everyone and getting that triple kill and turning it around. I feel there has been like a lot of misconception, and primarily for me as well, I see it that way, that if Caitlyn loses lane, she loses the game. Hasn't quite been the case. We saw it at MSI as well. Now I'm looking at champions, for example, like Varus, Annie, Wukong. Where do they fall into in terms of priority and B1s?
Yeah, so ban away the
last one.
The thing is, I'm generally looking here for Nord. I think that way to address this series is to try and develop a few leads early and snowball that, right? You're an aggressive team. I know Sveru is able to roam around the map as well if he gets freed on something. Let's say the Talia. Treats is a very aggressive support as well. If you can utilize your good early game to set Bulldog so far behind that their team fighting can't make up for it, that's what I want. So I want something aggressive. I think the Pantheon would have been perfect. Obviously banned away. But maybe the Sensao Talia combo is something I'd like to see. Slamming down here on first, though. Could you realistically look for... Maybe take the Talia?
Hey, it's that yard that we talked about on pre-show.
Oh.
You know?
Wait, what was it?
Damn
It's
cool.
gonna be a bumpy... No.
Gonna be a bumpy
It's about to get
ride.
bumpy. It's about to get bumpy.
She knows. She learned. Put some sound on League of Legends, Duckling. You're missing out. So the top lane has been picked, but there are some answers, and we know S0 is someone who likes to be aggressive as well. But play versus a Rumble aggressive. What would you bring? What could be the reply? Or maybe you just go
Maybe
jungle.
just take the safe Cassandra here against the Rumble shoot and try and scale up. I do like this some painful, getting a bit of a aggression on himself, something that Sveru is also able of playing. So I think it is a very good ban, or very good takeaway rather.
I'd say I prefer Hazero when he was playing towards something like the Ornn, potentially on the top side of the map.
Could be,
Now,
yeah.
I will say this is very ballsy. However, Tarzan at MSI made it a hot pick. Even though you can think of, hey, if you pick Javan, then there's going to be a lot of mobility on the other side. This is a pretty good thing to have like Javan early on, because then it forces you to pick 4 mobility, which doesn't necessarily end up being the exact formation that you're looking for, right? But I'm looking at Wukong here. I'm looking at Annie here. This duo is so hot. You can also go for Talia if you want to.
Yeah, I think the Annie is probably the best of the two, but the Talia is the most likely to sway Ru's champion pool, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see though what the lock-in is. I do think getting some anti-movement in would be nice, with the champions having 2 dashes, but speaking of mid-laners with agency, Ahri, another one of those options.
And dashes.
Yeah, I mean, more dashes to the Rift, right? It's League of Legends in 2025. I do like this though, for playing around that early game, playing around your level 6 spike and unlocking the map, getting a lead and then utilizing it. So positive sign so far for Nord.
There could be an angle of bringing the... Nah, they're not going to do it. Because I've seen on different regions where you bring 2 mages, one to top, one to mids. That would be interesting, but apparently they're going to bring the meat wall onto the top side. And well, there you go. It's going to be the Saya.
Yeah, I don't really like that from the sort of Bulldog esports, because they're looking at Ahri and they're looking at Wukong and they're like, those guys don't necessarily deal very well with tanks. However, Nord right now are packing a lot of damage, and Rumble, for example, is really good at killing tanks. I feel like the side where Bulldog esports are looking at is they're playing more for, we're gonna lose towards the top side of the map, but we have an Aurora that can push out the lane, we have a Javan that can permanently gank, and I feel like a lot of people sort of have a misconception about Javan. Oh, he needs to be picked only into mobile champions. He's actually a very strong skirmisher early on, and he brings a lot to the table. He takes flashes really easily as well. Ahri gets dashes only after level 6, right? So prior to that, you can actually start feeding kills into potentially Aurora or Javan.
A lot of focus in the
Get
bot lane.
access to Nico? Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you've banned away the main AD carry of Dream now. I'm looking to see more from him, obviously playing half of his games in seeding stage on the Caitlyn. I'm excited to see what Fearless does to his champion pool and what more he can deliver. Ezreal is also something he is capable of playing, if I am not mistaken. I can't take it away from Treats. Obviously, there are still things like the Rel available that he'll happily play if the opportunity arises, so maybe that's something Kasing should look to take away here, unless Nord just ban it, because Bulldog obviously have R4 before the blue picks.
I want an hyper carry for Dream. I really want something where he can be like not only mobile, but can bring the damage as we move forward into the game. Something that they can rely on that late game. Braum is removed, so this could be it, and you save the support for last.
It's actually really interesting because both Nico and Braum screamed to me that no one to go for an engage support. One of the things that Tritz is very known for is his Alistar. He got MVP on those many times in the LEC as well, one of his best champions. So this is what those bans scream to me for now. Bulldog esports right here, if they do lock in the Lucian, they could potentially pull something that BLG brought out literally last split in the LPL, which you don't necessarily pair it with like a Nami or a Milio. You just pair it up with things like the Rel or the Alistar, like any sort of engage supports. Doesn't necessarily scream hyper carry to me, but I don't necessarily think here Bulldog esports need a hyper carry since the HP and the tankiness is very low on the side of Nord.
Yeah,
If he
I think
gets
it's
the
a
lead on
bold
the early
to slam
game.
the Lucian, right? Obviously now you can see what you'll be playing against before you lock in the support. I do like the idea, Trouble, though, of going and engage support with this. But I mean, do you just want to slam the Yuumi now? Then you'll be too squishy. You can't get away with it, surely. And Treat will not be playing that, so...
The
Some
Rel makes
engage,
sense
I
on
mean, you
Alistar.
could. Yeah, the Rel, Alistar, I should say, yeah, now being Hovet as well. There are engage support there. If you really want Nautilus, maybe as well. If you really want even more lockdown, there are plenty of engage options. One game into a Fearless, and yeah, Zeri has found a place in the meta too, so makes a bit of sense.
I would love to see a Nautilus pick right here. He pins down the Zeri as well. One of the very few champions that can actually pin down Zeri, and they don't necessarily have anything that can contain Zeri from the side of Bulldog esports. They've got a lot of tankiness, but again, tankiness doesn't mean much because 4 members on the side of Nord do a lot of damage, and particularly Zeri and Rumble deal with tanks really easily. So I wouldn't like to see the Nami right here. I potentially like to see a Nautilus, but it just makes sense if you really want to play aggro through bot lane.
Yeah, it's the standard one, right? And I will say, being able to buff up Painful as well, if he is the one to get a lead, the one-shot becomes even easier. I would have liked an engage support too. I think the Lucian army is not bait, it's very strong, but there are other better options. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's see what Kasing can do.
You provided the Jarvan, and only Rumble will be caught on that if he doesn't have the flash. So let's see how it's going to turn out. Name tags off. Treble, give me a name.
Oh, name tags off. I'm going with Nord. I think it's very easy execution. You see champion, you again champion, everyone dives in, someone dies.
See champion.
Okay, Duckling.
I'm leaning Nord too. The Nami ruined it.
Okay. The fish breed the dog. This is the opinion of Duckling. What do you think, casters? Because I know Jamada loves when Jarvan is blind picked, correct? Surely.
I was just letting you take that, buddy.
Oh, I want to say some words I can't say on broadcast. Look, we'll see how things unfold. I am in line with the desk. I feel like Nord's composition is very bog standard to what we see a lot of the time in meta, especially the top side in particular. The Zeri pick, of course, is a little bit, I wouldn't say out of left field. It's one of those picks normally we would see game 3, maybe game 4 in a fearless draft. This time around, though, first game alongside this Alistar, going to be very safe, neutral, trying to just kind of survive this Nami Lucian lane. And that is where Bulldog are going to have to focus a lot of their attention in the early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel, you know, Bulldog, this team, if it gets ahead, is going to be terrifying. There's a lot of burst, and I think, like the desk quite rightfully said, you know, it's a low tanky comp from the side of Nord. You know, other than the Alistar, everyone else is very squishy. Like Lucian loves playing into squishies, will blow people up. You know, Aurora, a similar thing as well, and can kind of, you know, make a space where it's very hard and, well, it enables the Lucian and the burst damage they can do. But, you know, you have to play it well, you have to get ahead and snowball. On the other side, I feel like you said, I think the core kind of concepts of how to play this Nord comp is pretty basic, and it's got that ease of execution, which I feel is super important to a lot of our teams in NLC at the moment. I feel like, you know, unless you are, you know, unless you're Lo Raton, you kind of need to play these comps, which are, you know, get ultimate, hit ultimate, win big team fight.
Yeah, pretty much, and both these compositions really kind of have a similar mantra to that in one way or another, where you've got, of course, the Jarvan and the Aurora. Have to put as much damage as you can into those two big circles, man. It's not quite a true Venn diagrams of death composition, as we used to call it back in the day, but
Yeah.
it is certainly a derived version of that. As here we are into our game number 1 of Nord Bulldog.
Yeah, second series of the day. Lo Raton, like you said, I think it was 50 minutes their series total of game time. Very, very quick one from Lo Raton. See if Bulldog and Nord can make this one go the distance all the way to 3. Right now, though, it is just the defensive lines getting started up across the map. I say that actually, Bulldog not going to defend their bot lane jungle entrance. Instead, Dream and Kasing moving into the bushes. Sing's going to get spotted out, though. So there was a world where they could have looked for a cheeky burst. Remember, Alistar kind of not a champion at level 1.
Yeah,
They're there. They're fine.
Yeah. He's very notoriously a weak early champion. Actually, Treat's still opting for that spell book, despite what I can only expect is going to be a very painful laning phase.
Yeah.
But of course, the power of that rune, once it does come online, can be very, very game warping. So we'll keep our eye on his usage of that spellbook. And speaking of things that are very annoying to lane versus on the opposite end, this Aurora should be securing Bulldog a lot of priority in the early stages in this mid lane. And we'll see how Zvera ends up laning into it. As you can see, the early trades do not look nice if Painful is able to land all of those skill shots.
Yeah, you get 1 Q and an E, you get an electrocute proc as well, you get 3 stacks on the passive. It is, you know, for 2 abilities, you can do a lot of damage on the Aurora there. And Zwiru early feeling the pressure. And actually looking at the lane state right now for Bulldog, Artanis is kind of opened up a little bit. He's got pushing bot, he's got pushing mid. Even top right now, Hezero quite happily pushing up here as well into Chachi. So right now, Bulldog, all of their lanes have got the pressure, which allows Artanis to play a little bit more aggressive here on this Jarvan.
Yep, definitely does. It does also, you know, it kind of swings both ways, where it's like you almost, however, as Jarvan, you want the lanes to be in a slightly neutral state. It's so you can actually have gank opportunities, like strong gank opportunities to blow summoner spells and then punish again on a return. But at the end of the day, as a jungler, you can never really complain about having prio lanes, right? Just the freedom to breathe, get farm under your belt, and always have first move, which for the time being, it seems like Artemis is going to have. As, again, Dream, Kasing, Painful will continue to maintain prio here, and it's going to be about what the response is from Nord and how they do eventually break out of this early game formation, as it looks like maybe a combo went down onto Kasing. Got him very chunked out, but he's the one with a lot more sustain in comparison to the Alistar, so he will be fine on the other end of this for the time being. As oh wow, how did this happen?
Well, they both got very chunked. Big thing is, Monkey's coming in. King isn't. Painful's gonna have to just go for the flash. Jankos can't find the kill. Jankos did do a little bit of scouting there, placed a ward down at the Krugs to spot out Artanis, who is going to be starting those up as they spawn right now. They'll have a good timer on where he is on the map. But other than that, pressure still mostly in favor of Bulldog, although I say that top lane is slowly starting to get more and more pushed in. So Chachi, with this information now given to him by his jungler, going to be feeling quite happy with that one. I say that. Not really respecting Artanis here. Comes in with a flag and drag. Flash immediately out.
Yeah, just not able, it seemed like Artanis, to have the range to get a flash on the end of that EQ, right? That combo where you kind of still have your body in projectile mode, so it gets the knock up. Nonetheless, still blowing Chachi's flash is a very, very big deal, and maybe they can return. Rumble is very vulnerable to ganks, to dives. If he gets chunked out to like 50, 60% HP, he can be a target to very heavily focus on. So again, like we've been kind of alluding to, Artanis a lot of options with the amount of priority he has, and the more flashes he's able to blow early on, the more opportunities he has to try to snowball this game further away from more than in Bulldog's favor.
Yeah, for now, it is, a very, very tempoed, slow tempo game. Both teams, just trading a little bit here and there, but it's just catching the farm. Dream has been forced off the wave with his support roaming, although with the fact that Artanis is now pathing
Still
downwards.
XP, though.
Yeah, he's not losing too much.
Yeah, not the worst timer in the world, and just looking to maybe cover a bit of a wonky gank, perhaps, from Jankos Kasing. It's always worth to open through the mid lane there. But I do kind of want to focus on, must we have a bit of a stable early game. I think Bulldog, throughout these opening couple of weeks, definitely look a little bit stronger than results may suggest. Just in general, I think considering the fact that they've rebuilt this roster from top to bottom and have had the very close, consistently close games, especially with the top half of their group. The LR game is the one that sticks out in my mind the most. It does still give me high hopes, especially through members like Artanis. Dream, I still think, has a lot to prove, especially after what was 2 splits of very consistent dominance out of Exofeng, who in his own right, well, not in his own right, he was also a rookie, much like Dream. So we'll see how the bot lane of Bulldog in particular continue to grow and flourish together as a pair.
Well, as we move away from bot lane for a brief second, Jankos just hit level 6, so Cyclone now available to him. Kind of talking a chance that need abilities to come online. Cyclone is major here, but we're seeing Dream getting himself caught out. Hiddo's been forced to use the barrier already. Dream holds his summoner spells here, just has trust in Kasing to provide him the CC and the survivability. Forces Dream to flash there as Treats, flashes into Dream's pocket. And honestly, being a flashless Lucian could be the difference maker if Bulldog were thinking about contesting Grubs.
Yeah, Dream was just too low on mana, so he couldn't effectively trade back there as he probably wanted to. Artanis gets the red buff, but he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's just going to flag and drag away from Jankos.
Cheeky.
One Cyclone use. Really, really nice place of the flag there. Zwairu, though, continues to chase up. Artanis has flashed. Can't just flag and drag away.
Nice.
That's going to be Zwairu committing the Spirit Rush. Artanis just needs to get away from the Charm. He's got that flash. He flashes away. Charm doesn't hit, but the Equalizer is cooking him. Throws down the W shield. They don't have their mid laner. Painful's got no TP.
They have to walk forward.
Can they survive this?
They can't walk back.
Trying to bring out some backup. You can see that Treats is making his way over. The reset is coming through from Artanis, and that is going to be Grubs. Nord don't overextend. They know that if they get, too low here, they can't contest Grubs. They're happy just to force the summoner spells and the pressure.
Yeah, very, very nice play from Jankos there. It's going to secure them that objective, like you mentioned. It'll be 1-to-1 in the monster slaying feat, no doubt. I don't think Artemis is going to be able to get any here, though. He's beelining it all the way back up here. Jankos has smited the first one immediately. He does have another charge, so if he can kill this second one with haste, then perhaps he can 50-50 that third and final one once Bulldog get here, because they are here. Artemis was clearing that Raptor camp.
Yeah. Jankos is just
but
going to
Artemis
willingly give it
now,
up.
important thing, Artemis has the 900 smite. So, no matter what, this one was end up going over towards Artemis and he secures that. But 2 still go over to Nord, and that monster slaying feat goes their way too.
Denies the third, though. Denies some of that tower pushing ability, and also just gives a little bit of bonus damage to his team with that one, as, oh my god, Aurora's damage is actually so silly at times.
Times?
Yeah, I mean, all the time.
Yeah.
Zero, he's okay, but that was a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
Be able to
you have
hold
to remember,
fast.
Rumble's passive is max percent HP damage.
Yeah.
And actually, so is Flame Spell, right? They changed that at some point, somewhere along the line. It was like a rework 2 or 3 years ago. Sion being the health stack that he is, it can be a little bit dangerous as Hido.
Painful's got
He might
Between
not be the
Worlds, he
target
can
here,
lock
it's
Treats
probably
in
Treats.
place. He's going to get a chunk of damage out of him. Don't get too much to get the kill. Treats pops ultimate and survives to 0. Still low here on the top side, but we'll just bring the hammer down. Smash that wave, reset, and looks like Dragon on the cards, or, you know, being thought about on the cards here for Bulldog. Still not up for a minute. Painful, hit by the charm. Massive chunk out from Zwairu. Painful does get a little bit of damage in, but doesn't land the Q, so doesn't pop the passive.
Passive. A little bit less trading back. And yeah, like you're saying, Chachi is getting a lot of freedom on this top side of the map. It's only a small gold lead, about 300 gold, 1 kill's worth. But at this point in the game, 100 CS, he might just base and buy a Leandri's. Like, he's only built a Ruby Crystal. I mean, he had to have been pretty damn close. He's on 800 gold right now. So I'm pretty sure that's the combined cost. And yeah, there you go. Just waits and buys it. So Rumble is going to be a problem. And continues to be a bit of a thorn in the side of this Bulldog lineup. He continues on the trend of how strong he is right now. And
That was silly.
again, Aurora, speaking of potential problems, we continually get demonstrated to us why this champion can be so frustrating to play against. Trading power is so oppressive, and it's actually going to force Zero back for the time being. Hasn't based in a little while though, so we'll probably have a bit of gold to spend before this dragon comes online in 30
Oh,
seconds.
hold on. Dream is flashless. Jankos just sniffing about. They're going to get some vision control down.
They
Dream,
don't have an angle.
he's playing this smart. Jankos is really thinking
Bulldog would
about it.
love this. Bulldog would love this second dragon. They've got Prio off the mid lane. Artemis is already in the river. And they have a half an idea that Nord are definitely around. Artemis is going to face check in, but he's got numbers.
Jankos jumping onto the back line though. Remember, no flash on Dream, so he is going to get popped. The bubble goes through, but it's not going to be enough. That's first blood for Jankos.
Oh, no.
In between worlds they are, as Hido will be traded out. ADC for ADC, but Treats' knock-up is absolutely huge. Artemis can do nothing as he falls. The feat of warfare secured for Nord. Painful falls as well as Jankos takes him down. Nord pull the trigger and 4 fall.
Yeah, very one-sided exchange for the side of Nord, and it's all about Dream still not having flash just for a couple more minutes or so. Immediate target focus from Jankos, from Hido, and Artemis, Painful. I think no one was really there to fully peel him off besides the one bubble from the Nami, and it just makes the fight so easy. Despite having first move from Painful, Nord are able to pick their targets as easily as they like. They snowball that fight very, very quickly, but point of note is they didn't get the dragon off the back of that. That's still
No.
up on the table. And actually, whilst we was in that replay, maybe I missed it, Chachi died. So that did go over to Hesero. I was able to find that solo kill, so good for him.
We did. Well,
Tries some of that gold out.
maybe we'll get to have a look at that. Oh, we do in the picture.
There's the
picture.
fifth, yeah. there you
I'm
go.
glad we do, but the real attention right now is on to this dragon.
It's gonna be this dragon.
Nord,
See.
they're in position. So I'm just going to give it
Find
up.
their way onto Dream again. I mean, they don't have to. Their ults are coming up very, very soon.
Dream's got
Trees
flash.
has Unbreakable Will.
That's going to be the
There you go,
Cataclysm.
engage
Two
it.
core into the tidal wave to interrupt Trees. The culling taking him low, caught by the bubble, and that's going to be painful. Sinking in the kill. Dreams able to jump over the wall there, but Zwairu chases further forwards. The Malignant, the resets on the Spirit Rush. Bulldog bite off more than they can chew. Nord take them down.
That initial part of the fight was starting to look like it might actually go Bulldog's way. Nord's ultimates just weren't quite there, but the one ultimate that mattered the most was actually, in my opinion, the Unbreakable Will. I think the fact that Treats was able to go so far forward, tank up so much of the culling, and then Sphero, that's the next big ultimate that comes up. The repositioning to be able to just dash forward and get all of these resets in, whilst Chachi did so much work in burning down the health bars to allow these resets to happen was crucial, and Bulldog are mauled apart.
Zwairu as well, just dancing around the edge of that fight. Beautiful, beautiful play. Resetting on the Spirit Rush. The Malignant's burn constantly being reapplied. Really, really nice fight from Zwairu. Just really nice fight from Nord altogether. And, I mean, they're kind of proving why they've been the second best team in the league all year long. These guys have been on fire. As Kasing? Sushi versus Burger. Sushi gets put on the grill. You're meant to eat it raw, Chachi. But no, don't worry.
Hey, I mean, decent grilled salmon. It's
Yeah,
never,
true.
For a bad thing either. And Painful could now be... I've never had rabbit, but I've heard it tastes nice.
Pretty good. And Painful, I think he's about to give it over. Jumps in, but that is one dead bunny.
Very easy play. And I mean, Bulldog don't really have an answer anywhere. That's the main problem with this. So this tower's going to go down. That'll secure the Enchanted Boots. The feats, and Herald's also up. So this could just be a sequence where they get everything. They get 2 picks, they get a tower, and they get the Herald. And I mean, I think it's just going to be just that. There's not, again, to reiterate, a point of answer for
No.
Bulldog anywhere here on the map. So this is just a clean sweep of objectives going over towards Nord.
Yeah, and we talked at the beginning, but Bulldog, you know, they're a team that needs to snowball with this comp. Like, you don't really want to be falling behind, and they are 4k down. Actually, it's grown. It's 4.5k gold now. Like, these guys are struggling to keep a grip on this game, and Nord, you know, they played respect early. They didn't want to, you know, over skirmish when the lane pressure wasn't there. But as soon as they saw an opportunity, they just pulled the trigger. Bulldog, I don't know. They do look great. They have had, you know, there's been potential in this team, even in the losses, but Nord might prove to be a mountain too hard for them to climb in this first game.
Still not out just yet. And though I'll do it apprehensively, I will point to Hesira as a potential answer to this Bulldog prayer for game 1, because
Yeah?
I feel like Sion is going to be very... well, it won't be deceptive if we don't see his health bar go down, but I think when you look at the, you know, the kind of the theory of this game, I actually feel like Sion is going to be very difficult to kill, right? Has already stacked up over 700 health on the passive, and is going to be able to soak up a lot of frontline damage. The issue that I still kind of maintain to have here is that Jarvan, Aurora, even Lucian, they all want to dash forward. Artenas, I mean, he can maybe wall Cyro's ult, but even in that, it's like, how much of a win is it really if there's no objective for the next 2 minutes?
I think ult for ult is really bad for them.
Yeah, I don't think it's great either. Now the immediate counterplay is just Herald into the mid lane, and they might even get a second charge.
Looks like they want
They can
it.
spin this any way they want.
Oh, going bot
Seems
lane.
like Yankos going bot.
I
Can
guess
he
he's
swing?
driving.
That's the question. Oh, well, now there's a Chachi killed the
Okay,
tower.
there's a problem. Well, he would have hit,
That's-
to be fair.
He
I
would
don't
have hit
think
it.
he get the
That is
second
just-
out. Nah.
That's BM. That Chachi, like, let the charge come through, just for the dopamine, you know, if anything else. But they still secure that tower, Nord, and we'll just asterisk that the Herald got 2 towers and leave it at that. Hesira is not going to be able to stop that Grob. And yeah, I mean, Nord continue to be very happy with the sequence of events going on right now, and Bulldog, for the time being, have to just be content with kind of watching this game get played in front of them and waiting to see if a window opens up.
Yeah, they do still have burst if a window opens up as Jankos gets jumped onto here, but I don't really think he's under any real danger. He's happy to throw the Cyclone out, actually full send it into Artanis. They bring his Zero forwards. That's the flash burn from Artanis for the Cyclone. Big one as Treats actually flashes into Dream. Dream's actually about to get his flash back.
I love that play. If that was calculated and they were trying to read the fact that Dream doesn't have flash for another couple of seconds, that was a crazy attempt, but unfortunately Dream happens to have the relentless pursuit. I'm not going to say buffered, but just casted it right on the same frame. This is out ever so slightly, and now Bulldog are going to be able to look towards the mid lane.
Nice equalizer. Kasing loses over half his HP to Chachi there. Charging up the E from his Zero. So it's Wairu just going to Foxfire on for a bit of move speed, hits the charm as well. Zero just answers out by charging in. He's going half HP immediately. Artanis, Cataclysm available. Treats on the backline. The tidal wave's been sent in. And Painful's between the worlds and between the enemy team. Flashes over the wall. Scion's already dead. Cataclysm trying to cut the escape off as Dream trying to find the damage onto Jankos. Jankos can't find the escape. Actually is able to as Treats jumps onto the back. That Lucian can do nothing but try and dodge, but Hiddo takes him down. Nord are just too far ahead.
At this point, it's starting to feel like that is just going to be the answer to a lot of skirmishes that unfold in front of us. Off the back of what was a very nice attempt from Treats here to find Dream, it's just this re-engage on the mid lane, which is a little bit wonky, as we are going to fizzle out that replay. Not sure if we'll get it back, but either way, with Dragon coming up, I'm not sure we have time, to be honest with you. Nord are making their way there immediately. Dream and Artanis, though, are spawning up in a couple of seconds' time. They'll certainly be second to the objective, but I think the other key thing is that Archon is on the bottom side of the map. So
yeah,
everyone's gonna be down here regardless. If this Chem Dragon goes over to Bulldog, it wouldn't really matter too much because Archon is also just kind of the bigger prize right now. And I think just off screen, Jankos is starting this one up, yeah.
I think it's a rough one, but I think unfortunately Nord going to get their hands on this one. Bulldog, the smart thing to do is not fight right now. They are too far behind. I mean, looking at the items, you know, obviously not mentioning the upgraded boots, but you got 2 items on Chachi, 2 items on Jankos, almost 2 items on Tazwairu. Did detour into a Ruby Crystal for a bit of additional health. 2 items, 2.5 items on Hiddo. It's, you know, item advantages are just there. The gold is there, and Nord right now does have, they have the numbers to back them up. So I think Bulldog giving up the Atakan, the fact they haven't given up the Dragon is pretty good for them. But I feel like giving up both to just, you know, get some time, get some gold. Painful picks up a tower. That is what they need to do. It's just find an angle back into this game because they can't continue to fight. They're too behind. Jump onto Zwairu. Really think Artanis lives this, to be honest. As there we go, Spirit Rush forwards. Gets hit by the charm, hit by the equalizer, flags and drags away. Zwairu still has the Spirit Rush available. Artanis blast cones over the wall. And Zwairu is able to finish him up. There's the dragon off the back of it.
Easy pickings.
Oh, that is a dead fish.
Speaking of easy pickings.
That's a dead fish.
Yeah. She can't really pick, well, it's on like one of those rotisserie things that I feel like you see a lot in sushi restaurants. You know, just pick your choice of sushi.
Oh, you're like the conveyor belt sushis.
What kind of fish do you think Nami is?
Well, I mean, in certain skins she's actually a koi fish, but I mean, in one of the skins she's calamari.
Really?
Yeah, the Coven one, which is the best Nami skin because she's got like, is it Ursula from Little Mermaid? She's got like tentacles.
I've got to say I wouldn't know.
No, that's why I asked. I can't remember. I think it is Ursula. Yeah. To be fair, which
we'll go with Ursula for now.
We'll
and any fanatics of the Disney movies.
Disney adults are going to be DMing me.
If we're all... Yeah, it's a very angry 25
almost as bad
to
as
32-year-olds are going to be very mad about you not knowing that you didn't know what the character from from Mermaid's called.
So how do we get cancelled? We accidentally got a Disney villain wrong.
Yep. Well, actually, there was that. No, never mind.
I don't want to know. Actually, you know what? I don't want to know.
Actually, I could. Like, it's definitely safe for air. Oh, that was almost not safe for air. Zyra's gonna have to use his ult. He's gone. for the time being.
He's got Spirit Rush.
a big
Ari's just...
cooldown.
Ari is so annoying to catch. Especially now you've got 2 points of Spirit Rush. Like, what is the cooldown on that when it comes off?
Very low is the answer.
Yep.
Now, Norda looking for a slow chase down here because look at the angle that Chachi has, and Bulldog, they're all grouped up in this bush. If Chachi walks in, gets the equalizer off, it could be huge.
Zero in the middle of everyone's going to throw the ultimate down for Chachi, waiting for that equalizer, and he is cooking Bulldog. The Cataclysm is absolutely useless to them. Nord able to run away with this fight. Artanis, he can't flag, he can't drag. Chachi flashes the wall, starts to burn. Zweiru unstoppable. Dream, the last man standing. And that Lucian has no friends. He is going to be able to reset away. Nord have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, they do. They haven't fried the koi or the calamari or what was the other one you said? I can't remember, but they've been working on their frying abilities. And as of right now, doing a good amount of that to Bulldog. And Bull starts off from trying to catch out Zweiru. They get their mid lane tier 1, that's great, but then Treats with this engage. Jankos is already on the flank because he was covering Chachi on that bottom side tower play, which by the way, 700 gold. I want to say into Chachi's back pocket before this play, before he got these kills. And Hesiro, you can see what I'm talking about. Like, it must take a long time for him to eventually die. But once the Cataclysm comes down, it feels real useless. And Chachi is on an angle to just murder everyone. And this might be one of the few times where I see FaZe Rush Rumble in a team fight look great as... Oh, Zvero's dead. That's a fantastic equalizer, though.
Yeah, that equalizer is too good, and that is a double kill picked up onto Hiddo. As Zero goes down, triple kill picked up for Hiddo. Make that the quadra kill. Only Artanis is standing. He ain't giving no Penta over today.
We won't be giving a Penta, but I think they're going to be giving Nexus #1 over to Nord for this series. And it's been a pretty one-sided game. Not much to report back on. And despite some maybe bright moments out of the opening weeks for Bulldog.
Go for the bait. I think it's been too long. There he goes. He goes down.
Oh, it's a he did get a Penta kill. Hey.
Nah, the most unhyped Penta ever. 25 minutes on the clock. They're going to put some damage into Hiddo, but the Nexus will fall. And Bulldog 24-5. That was an absolute slacking from Nord there.
Unfortunately so, if you're a Bulldog fan, but
Yeah.
for Nord, this is what we're coming to expect here from, you know, the team that has very consistently been the second best in our league throughout the year. Looking to really ramp up for Summer, and so far, all marks are green. Really not too much to report home on.
We've not got long left. We've we're at the end of our season, in the fact we're in the summer season. I know we've only just started playoffs, but if Nord want to beat Los Ratones this year, they are running fastly out of time to do it. So they got to ramp up, get their game on. I think it is about time we pass it over to the desk. I will quickly answer your question before we do that, though. I think Nami tastes like tuna. Archer, over to you.
Wait, what? Like tuna?
Muted.
Oh, you're
they
muted,
believe
by
I'm
the way.
muted. I swear this microphone, I will slap you. But again, I'm a gym pro. I don't think that's tuna. I'm so invested on this right now. I think it should be salmon. I'm just saying. As we move on to this one, Hiddo headed to the list. Another pentakill, and it's looking good for Nord.
That
Let's
makes
talk
4.
about the early game.
That's 4 and 2 splits, yeah. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
The early game was boring up until I think the 12 or 14 minute mark, whenever this happened.
Yep.
That's when things really unfolded. I feel like we got to see the draft diff a bit in effect. Treats being a really good frontline this fight, soaking up so much damage and pressure with the Unbreakable. And the turn, I mean, Dream short range carry against the Wukong. I mean, what are you gonna expect? I thought Painful tried his hardest this game to try and play the fight because he needed to be the difference maker, but I mean, it was done before it really begun. Draft diff, baby.
Yeah, I'll be on the side of Duckling with this one. I feel like their execution is a little bit difficult because even though they do have a Sion over on the top side of the map, then you would expect more of a hyper carry, more of a front to back. You've got also Javan to like pin champions in, but the champions that he was trying to pin in, or majority of them, right, were not pinnable. They all had dashes or a way to get out of the Cataclysm. So majority of the time you'd see Javan ult in and then flash out of his own Cataclysm, and then it would just dash out of it anyway. I feel like it was kind of like BDG would seriously have to hand diff this particular game because the execution was quite difficult off the get-go.
I agree 100%, and they were not able to do it. I think Chachi as well was outstanding with this Rumble, getting the priority on that pick and also getting Magi's on that pick. That's not something I see.
Yeah, the B1.
And there you go. You start the fight.
I think, like, it's just so hard to play, right? Look at how much time Treats is soaking up and how much attention. Artemis could really not play the fight. I think the B1 Jarvan, or not the B1, but just the blind Jarvan in general. And then like in 2 movement carries, I mean, you're cooked. Your value just drops to the floor.
I feel like it also shows you right there that because there is not much damage coming through from Bulldog, that Silence sort of ulted in, then Treat separated the fight, then suddenly the Silence survives for 3 seconds and ended up dying. Like the Zeri and the Rumble damage are just way too much. You can see it on your screens right here. And this was a particularly like short game, right? I think we had like what, 3 full fights? And the game was pretty much over, and it kind of shows you from like even the damage numbers that we have right here. Zeri only 19k, Rumble only 14k, and the game was suddenly over.
Yeah, this is game 1 in favor of North. If they win another one, they're done with the series for today. But maybe Bulldog can bite back. With that in mind, we want you at Leagues Disrupt in Sweden. And that's why we're going to bring back the music, an exclusive from the NLC itself, Lo Raton with Shut Up Disrupt. So raise the volume. And I'm apologizing yet again. Shut up, Duckling!
It's a volume
and
decrease.
raise it up! Shut up, Disrupt! Take it away!
In the north, where the ping is low and the egos are high, there is only one rule, baby. Shut up, Disrupt! Shut up, Disrupt! Shut up, Disrupt! Shut up, Disrupt! Ooh! Ha ha ha! We back at the dream in a dodgy old strap. Got chaos in my trunk and a rat in my hat. The GPS in danger, but I proxy like a chef. It's bossy time, baby. That's a good death. Got chased by bulldogs, no bark, no bite. Told to touch some grass, but then sunburned inside. Could have gone bot, but I followed my feeling. Guess what, baby? We're in Sweden. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game, but it's more than a feeling. We're breaking the silence, volume increase. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Leagues Disrupt. We fight through the pain, cause we call that healing. From Solo Q to the northern region. They fight for the glory, the thrill, so just shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for Leagues Disrupt. Ooh. Wait, you're not convinced yet? Okay, let me tell you why you need that ticket. Double time. Reddy's got a plan, but it's looking kinda sus. I'm toxic like Sins, like ping as I run. We're from the north with the dodge fights. You might say our draft is weird. Hey, we won EMEA twice. Lo Raton is quick, sneak on the right on the highs. We got Crown is cooking with a snipe, so precise. Belly be lurking in jungle, so sick you might think it's the other game when he shows that puppy pick. Lucky the north, so storm in July. Young cuz gets first blood, blink once and you die. Bring legends back, shares like a Marvel arc. Visit such a split, pushing and we call that art. I'm spitting like ass, got skill in my shots, critting harder than Shin, switching pops. So it says the RLs are on the decline. Esports usually get views with us as a headline. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game.
Welcome back! We already have one game, Nord winning. Can BDG come back from that one? Will Kasing bite back as the Bulldog? Or will it crumble and go to the lower bracket? With that in mind, I have information. Calm down, Duckling. I know you want to talk.
Okay, go on.
Bulldog Esports picked blue side. Does this change anything? I have no idea, but that's information.
Now you can talk.
Okay.
I didn't actually have anything to say. I was just breathing
All right.
heavily, thinking about. The thing for me is, I really don't hope Bulldog go out like this, right? Obviously, they don't go down. They go out. They don't go out. They go down rather to the lower bracket. My main point is, I actually thought they would put up a fight. I predicted a 2-1. The issue is the draft they had. They needed something to happen early when they're not an early game team. They didn't do anything early. Lost one fight, and then the game was essentially over, right? Because yes, there were a few more moments, but it was so hard to come back from after that first bot lane skirmish where they lost 4 kills and only got 1 in return. So they need to change something in the draft, but we'll see.
Okay. Trouble,
I
what
feel
is
like,
your opinion?
particularly for Bulldog Esports, I'm like, hey, your best part as a team is when you're team fighting. I feel like they lost a lot of pressure by just their composition being a little bit too all over the place, like strong mid jungle, but then after level 6 it really struggles because you blinded the Jarvan, right? And then your bot lane, if the Nami Lucian don't get ahead, it's a bit of a problem, and that didn't happen either. So I feel like even though you might fall behind in the early game, I feel like it's very, very important that you've got a team that can actually fight in the mid to late game. And I feel like Bulldog Esports do really focus on more scaling aspects and more 5 versus 5 type of aspects. I think it's going to look much better for them.
Okay, we are about to jump into Champion Select, and from what we know from these players so far, any champions we should be on the lookout.
We could look for the Syndra, right? We saw Painful's game. It's very strong in the meta. It could be B1 essentially. So maybe that's a good blind. I think Painful was one of the guys who could look himself in the mirror after the first game. I thought he did all right in the circumstances that they were in. And yeah, I mean, we all know how good his Syndra is, right? We had the graphic earlier showcasing his game against DMG, so I feel like there will be a safe blindable B1, especially with the Rumble gone.
I would like to see
we got access.
something more engaging on the map. Like, Lulus are cool and Namis are cool and everything, but I want to see him on something like a Rel, a Leona, something that defines when things start and finish in terms of skirmishes and fights, because I feel like when Bulldog Esports have come back, it's off of the back of Kasing finding those angles in fights.
Yeah.
Well, we jump into this one. It's this decisive one for Bulldog Esports. They need this win. Nord just need another one, but then they'll have to face their nemesis, no pun intended, the Rats after this. Varus, Pantheon, Caitlyn yet again. They're taking it away from Dream, but he does play more than that. Surely.
It was
he
that
did
triple
play
I heard
kill,
his
man.
ceiling is really high.
It was that
it is.
triple kill, man, in the little clip that we had earlier on. That was so scary. You know, the Caitlyn that came back. I mean, it's a very long range champion. It's very oppressive in lane, and especially for Bulldog, you don't want to give them a lot of their comfort. So I respect what Nord are doing here with the Caitlyn.
I'm really looking forward to see what Nord is banning here late on, right? Is it something like the Syndra that they're taking away? Do they have other picks in mind? On first thought, that's just all I can think of now for Bulldog to be a safe B1, but we will see. The Varus has been taken away. The Gwen, also very strong. His Zero is one of his most played champions, so yeah, I guess that's a fair enough ban. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I would just take the Syndra.
I'm looking for that mid lane. We've seen the
I agree with
Ziggs
you.
as well. Yeah.
Good shit.
Oh, so you agree with the Syndra pick? The first
No,
one?
I said let's see if they agree with you. Oh,
Not even close.
Okay.
I like this even more because he's actually really good into tank champions, obviously because of this ultimate, right? But he's actually a pretty good skirmisher and 1v1 kind of champion. What people oversight is the fact that he's really good into immobile carries and immobile champions. His pillar can actually take flashes early on, which can then be punishable in lane. So I do like the B1 Trundle alert here. I think it's a pretty strong champ.
It's alright. I think, again, it's better as a counter pick, right? You want to see either someone tanky or immobile carries first. But as you say, Trouble, very strong duelist. If you don't want to squish with your ultimate, you can instantly cut through them. We'll be playing against the Nocturne, who's risen in priority. Orianna is left open. It's one of Painful's most played champion. No bandit in game 1. If you want to take the quick and easy combo there for Swaru, rather. But then again, it's not the most agency mid laner.
Just getting some information about the Champion Select. You saw it as well. Okay, Hito with the Jhin. It's kind of hard to dodge bullets if you can't see them in your way. So this Nocturne with the Jhin might be a little bit scary. No, that's not Baus. It's not easy.
What I really particularly like when Nocturne comes in is big ults. I'm talking Ornn, I'm talking Cannon, I'm talking Gangplank, which Chachi plays a lot of over on the tops of the map, right? So I'm looking for these big wombo combo ultimates, or barrels rather, in terms of the Gangplank that can really be disguised by the lights off that the Nocturne provides.
Ah, okay. If you pick the Rakan right now, do you pair it with the AD carry because you already know it's going to be versus a Jhin, and you bring that safety with the Zaya, or you go for the Smolder that was banned? There you
Man.
go. Tell me, Trouble.
Man,
Be honest.
I think it was
Be
a
honest.
perfect opportunity to just lock in Zaya Rakan right here. Rakan doesn't necessarily win a lot of lanes. However, with the Zaya, you instill a lot of security in your carry, specifically since you see the Nocturne. If they lock in something like Nocturne or Rihanna, any other AD carry will pretty much fall victim to the wombo combo, right? So we'll see if the Smolder can survive
I
long
like
enough.
that.
Again, another big
I
ult that can
love
get
this.
disguised behind the lights off that Nocturne
So
provides.
hard to see, right? All of a sudden, lights go out, you're being shot at from the dark, there's a Nico coming which you don't see, and you're all of a sudden suddenly knocked up. I really like what they've got cooking up here, and it's easy to execute as well, because it's so easy to find the flank when they can't see anything. I feel like the mid lane pool needs to be trimmed a bit. The Syndra, something could be banned.
I'm looking at like really good champions that can pair up with the Nocturne. Obviously, apart from the Orianna, I'm looking at potentially Talia that can break apart a fight. I'm looking at Annie that hasn't necessarily been touched a lot right here, but I do see a lot of immobility in terms of the Trundle and the Smolder. So if you can get a big T-burst through, again, the darkness that the Nocturne provides right here, it could also be like another extra layer to the wombo combo that Nord are looking at right now.
So the wombo combo is being built up by Nord. You can bring whatever you want. This Trundle, I know it's going to be a jungler. Yeah, I know it's going to be a jungler, but there's always a way to bring something different. If there's a top lane right now, pick after this one, which I don't think is going to happen. Nord might be able to just pick for the mid lane. Yeah, it has. I don't know. I'm completely lost right now. The Ronian is out as well.
I really do like the Orianna pan. I think it's safe, right? You don't want to give them even more wombo combo. That's as easy. You could maybe take the Talia here and see if you can follow up alongside the engage from Yankas, but we'll see as the Ambassador gets banned.
I feel like you just straight up pick the Annie right here. Nico wins the battle with the Rakan over on the bot side of the map, and I don't think there's a safer AD carry other than Jhin. He's a stat checker. His AD stats are really good in the early game, so I'm pretty sure right here you kind of lock in your mid lane, which is a much safer pick, and then you R5 for Chachi on the top side of the map. We even have things like Camille coming through from Chachi. We have Gangplanks coming through for Chachi. So if he does see an opening right there, he might just take it.
They banned the Syndra themselves. That does shock me a bit. Maybe it's because they're expecting them to pick it here on R4 and not wait for the counter, or maybe they just feel like it would have been strong enough to slam down blind here. I think that's a bummer. Painful missing out a huge opportunity here, banning two of his own most played champions, and instead it will be that Talia, as I talked about, right? You get the ability to follow up on the fight when it's dark. All of a sudden, there's 3 people in your face, and you are in all sorts of trouble. I think Bulldog. I'm not sure what I'm seeing here. I don't really like it nearly as much as I do Nord. Maybe it's just because Nord is easy to execute, but we'll see as they then pick a very immobile mid laner likely here in the Victor.
I just want to see a lot of scaling and some frontline for the sort of Bulldog esports. They do have a lot of frontline. The Annie picked into Talia is a classic right here. You can pair it up very nicely with the Trundle. So I feel like Trundle Annie can do a lot of damage over in the mid lane, since both mid laners, mid jungle for Nord are looking for that level 6 first. So I do like that. You've got scale in bot lane. I just need something that will stand in front of them in the late game. Yorick is definitely not one of them. I was looking for something like the likes of a Sion and an Ornn, but since the Sion has been playing the previous game, maybe an Ornn could kind of seal the deal here.
But they're gonna switch it to Aatrox. But imagine you have the wife, you have the Tibbers. It's like 7 versus 5. It's a way to try and get, you know.
Swap Trundle
I don't
for
see
Ivern.
anything. Boo! Yes, bring as many numbers as you can. But also a safety note: if you want to go with Nocturne, Yankos goes in and then follows up with the Shen. That was being
Shen would
over,
be
but
great.
apparently we know Chachi likes the Yorick.
Imagine the globals with a Shen there as well. It would have been disgusting. You couldn't be pushing any side lane and feeling safe. Instead, Chachi will not be pushing that side lane and laying down pressure. I feel like both of the tops here, very happy with what they ended up with, right? Comfort champions for both of them as a 0. Very big Aatrox play.
I don't know if Azir is happy. I mean, he might be happy with the matchup,
champion
but like
in itself.
Talia and Nocturne after level 6, I feel like side lanes are gonna be really, really difficult right here for Bulldog. Annie, a very immobile champion in the side lane. Same for the Aatrox kind of as well. So I feel like Chachi will have a big role to play in the success of Nord.
Well, it's 1-0 so far in favor of Nord. I want to know what's going to be the end score after this game.
Nord. I mean, how 2-0? How are they gonna play side lanes? It's
Yeah.
impossible, right? If you make one misstep, you're instantly 3 men on you. You're dead.
Even
think
with
so,
an
too.
early advantage or anything, it's going to be 2-0 for Nord after this draft. Is that it?
Obviously, if they get to 10k ahead at 15 minutes, Archer, they'll win the game, Bulldogs. But
No,
that's
I'm
not
not
the
saying about
scenario
that,
I'm
just a small
expecting for a
lead.
weak early game team.
It's so complicated to communicate with you. You know what, Casters? Take it away, Jamada. Take this boy out of the... Your ceiling is not that high.
What does he mean his ceiling's not that high? I mean,
Might have some conversations with HR this evening.
I mean, talking to Duckling is like talking to a teenager, man. Like the guy, just,
It is. Can you believe he's actually like an adult? Who's-
yeah, barely, but yeah, he is technically, but he's legally an adult. But come on, barely. Anyway, this game, we're just using the we've had some very one-sided games. We were like, right, let's just go in on Duckling.
Yeah,
He deserves
I
it.
don't know what else to say. Like, in terms of the drafts, I feel like the desk really nailed this coverage. I just feel like it's so difficult, A, to play side lanes. B, I would even say team fighting is, like, pretty difficult. I think once the lights come off, the ways to actually track Nico are so limited, right? And if Treats is already finding himself on a flank whilst the lights go off, and then, you know, you've got a Talia wall coming, it's just so chaotic. So, you know, Nord have demonstrated to me at least that they can very easily execute compositions that have a certain level of nuance like this, where it's not just as simple as press your buttons and go, right? And you could definitely be a little bit reductive in your take about this composition of Nord and say that, but in terms of finding angles and the fact that you also kind of just have a Yorick slanted, or rather kind of shoehorned into this comp, great in isolation, and then obviously the globals will help with the overall side laning. Team fighting is still going to be pretty simple for me, in my opinion, to navigate.
Yeah, I've been learning a little bit from Aragon and the top lane matchups and things like that. Obviously, Yorick.
I was about to say, you learning this.
Yeah, I know, right? Apparently, you can teach an old dog new tricks. I caught myself off of that one. I flamed myself and it hurt. It's one of those things where it's, you know, it's not like exactly like a Fiora, but like Yorick is a split pusher, right? Like, I think he offers a little bit more when you get into like an actual scrap than a Fiora does. But ultimately, when you're playing a champion like this Yorick, you're playing for the lane. You're playing to, you know, get ahead through tower plating and through the gold. So Chachi, it's really on him to kind of accelerate himself to a point where he's going to be able to have a major impact when he joins up with the team later in the game, when we're talking like 3rd, 4th dragon area.
Yeah, and not that I want to stay on the topic of top laners for too long, but Chachi was actually one of the first players here in the NLC, off the top of my head, that kind of brought out the Yorick and consistently kind of made it a bit of a him pick when it was coming into the meta, around patch 15.6 or so. And one of the interesting things he did is he actually built things like Black Cleaver and Iceborne Gauntlet to make him a little bit more durable in team fights and
Yeah.
bring him a little bit more utility.
Ooh, hold on. Treat's going a little low here. Didn't expect that from
Yeah.
Nord's bot lane.
Yeah, I think just getting caught off guard, throwing out that skill shot, and then getting rooted, or rather knocked up underneath the tower at the same time. Interesting point of note, by the way, he actually flashed off screen, looking for a pick earlier on. That's why Dream also has no flash as well, just completely out of the blue. I've got my director feed on the side, and it was just a little bit audacious, we'll say that. But what it does mean is that if Jankos ever finds himself down here, like he does right now, and Dream and Kasing step a little bit too far forward, that angle is always open for it.
It is there. Does look like... Nice. Hasn't actually been spotted by any wards, so I mean this is potentially a flash blower here. Zero gonna land the infernal chains on, is caught inside the cage, and I think that's the flash burn. Yeah, he was hailed that pillar as late as possible, is now painful, has to flash himself. They are burning some summoner spells across the map here. Artanis is still chasing off. I think he needed to make sure he got close enough to back his mid laner up in case the chase came out.
Yeah, I think it's one of those annoying things from Chachi's perspective where the likelihood that he actually dies from that gank is low, but the health that he maybe loses is the more frustrating part. More very heavy trades going back and forth here.
Oh, hello.
That side of the map here. Oh,
Fear looking to break in
Still a
onto
flash.
Painful. They're going to get a lot of damage off. That's first blood for Zweiru.
swing and a miss on the flash W, but with no flash, Painful is just a sitting duck in the mid lane, and Jankos secures the CC with the flash fear. Zweiru gets his kill, so that's one to the good of Norden. We said, you know, a core function, core catalyst of this composition is going to be the mid jungle. They've gotten themselves off to a very lovely start.
Absolutely. It's one of those champions as well, Annie. You know, she's very reliant on flash to really have major impact. As Chachi being flashless and after that early gank, and hasn't been able to actually get that reset off that he's been wanting. Just so low on mana, is just stuck underneath his tower, really struggling. Jankos is making his way over though, so summons up the grubs, gets hit by the Infernal Chains, is going to be able to break away, but I think Zero overstayed his welcome now, has got his own flash. Jankos lands the Q for a bit of a slow, chasing forwards. I don't actually know if Jankos on his own is going to have the damage here through all of the sustain, but does a lot of work to his Zero. I think he saves the pressure in that top side, but meanwhile, mid lane, Zweiru and no flash, no life. Artanis finishes him up.
Yep, real easy. Really nice play. Just punishing what happened earlier on. Good pickup. Not much else to say, and Artanis was the one that gets that kill. Trundle in a game like this, I think, is both easy to play, but also very difficult at the same time. And what I mean by that is his pillar has a lot of value here, right? There are so many... No champion on the enemy team actually has a dash. So no one can get out of the pillar slow or the overall terrain very easily, but at the same time, he also doesn't have a particularly good subjugation target either with his ultimate to get all of the bonus resist. So he's not going to be the tankiest Trundle in the world, but he's certainly going to be very, very scary at, you know, getting summoner spells, and that's where things like, you know, Kasing being in the game, right, on this Rakan come in so clutch in terms of just being able to use Artanis as kind of a middleman to get onto the backline. So we're going to have to look at Artanis and Kasing here to really punish the lack of mobility here on the backside of Nord.
Alrighty, well, Jankos now hit 6. Same for Artanis, actually just hitting 6 himself. Looking for Zweiru. Tippers get summoned, pillar goes down. Lights get turned off though, and the Annie in real danger. Knock up is huge, but the knock back is bigger. Zweiru flashed onto and finished up. In comes Treats. That's going to be 2 over the side of Nord.
The Tibbers from Painful
Was painful.
was painful. Yeah. It's just barely on the edge. I hope the replay
that's a
slow
bad
mode
joke, man.
because,
Barely.
Oh. Not on purpose. And not only is the knockback good, but Jankos also holds the spell shield for the knockup as Dream.
This isn't a replay. This is real time.
This is live.
Bam!
Dream.
One dead dragon.
Yeah. He's going on the big long dream. For 10 seconds.
Are we that broken now, are we?
Yeah. Look, this has been a short day,
Yeah.
but it's been a chaotic one. You know?
I promised myself
So,
if it was a 2-0, I'm getting takeaway.
What's the order?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm tempted. We are, by the way, bottom screen replay of what's going on, but
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a bit.
we saw the
Yeah.
end of it. We've seen this
Saw
bit.
that, yeah.
I'm tempted with like an actual like restaurant takeaway. So I'm thinking either a Wagamama's or a Nando's. They're right next door to
Okay.
each other for me.
All right. Lucky you.
That's what I'm thinking. Spoiling myself.
Yeah.
Anyway,
$8, you know, just spoil yourself.
yeah. I think what's life about a bit about a treat or two. Painful
Yeah.
doesn't have tippers, so he is getting it fairly soon. So I think Nord playing a little bit of respect there. Jankos is going to have to be very on it with the spell shield if he gets himself caught out. Dream chunked out heavily by Chachi. He's going to get forced back.
You know, I wonder how nice that matchup is or isn't, because Dream, I would expect gets the stack off the ghouls.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
The Ghouls also hurt. I mean, either way, he's actually being rotated out of this regardless. There will be a top wave missed, so this is actually a pretty irritating sequence for Bulldog, where they're losing out on experience on the top side and potentially a pick.
Oh, lights are off, and that is one dead troll. Down he goes. Kasing flashes the wall. Nord. I mean, not much more to say, really. Dominant.
Yep, very. It's only a 1 and a bit K gold lead, but there's just something about the state of the game right now that doesn't feel particularly favorable to our resident British organization. We're in Bulldog. And actually, off the top of my head, are they they have to be the oldest participating in the UK. Well, I was about to say UKLC, but been participating since the UKLC days.
We've had Bulldog, but we also, there was a point where we had Bulldogs. We've had like 3 iterations of teams called Bulldog, at least in like the UK scene and stuff as well.
Like
so
the old days.
yeah,
the
like the
real,
old,
like even before my time.
yeah, this is me getting full Gramps mode here. But yeah, we had at
Nice
one
one,
point
Unc.
we had Bulldog and Bulldogs in the UK scene, which was a bloody nightmare.
That was not a good dash forward from Hesiro.
I think Hezero might be getting himself a little shovel thrown down. It's just going to have to pop the world ender. Artanis is making his way over. Chachi, the Groblets are doing a lot of damage. The chains are going to lock him in place. He's found himself inside the King's domain now. Artanis comes in with a smite. Maiden not doing enough. Puts down the cage, and now backup's on the way. The shovel healing is actually adding up. He flashes the wall. Hezero jumps forwards, but that's going to be one scared troll. Yankos secures the kill, and Hezero can't quite finish up Yankos yet. Waiting for the accused to come back. It's going to have to be one hell of a spell shield from Yankos.
Oh,
the
he
lights
dashed.
can go
He's
out in a
gonna
few
walk out.
seconds. The Q's going to give him the move speed, and it is a 1-for-1.
Oh man, that was quite something. We're actually getting a replay of the top side, which looks like we may have missed a little something. Never mind. This is why. Oh, hey. We're calling you Unc. Yankos. Take it easy, buddy. All right, let's
Go
walk
get
it
your
back to
jungle
the
camps,
jungle.
Grandpa.
Let's go. Yeah, go. Go get those camps. Farm up. Get a little bit stronger. Dream is going to be forced off even more CS. Actually, it's, you know, we've been joking, focusing on other areas of the map. There's a small difference in the CS department between Dream and Hido, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty at all. It's over almost 40, basically 40 CS right now. Just round up, just to make it sound even bigger than it slightly is. But at that point, it's 1.4k in Hido's favor, which cannot feel good and will not feel good for a long time. Dream's only at 71 stacks right now, so likely going to be behind on the dragon stacking for a bit.
Yeah. Well, hitting a little bit of a chill moment. I say a chill moment, we're only 12 minutes in. I feel like last game, this is where stuff actually exploded, but this time around, it's, you know, a little bit more chill. Dream finishing up his Essence Reaver once the icon goes away. He's got 73 stacks, so still a bit of a ways to go before you hit that mythical 225. I'll be interested by the build, because we, the other week, saw the Overlords build of Smolder. Oh, hold on.
Considerably gotten more popular.
Mum's being called.
Hold on, indeed. Junglers are also scrapping in the river.
Yankos just scaring
There's a
off.
lot going on.
I mean, the lights can go out. If Kasing jumps forwards, that is dicey for him. I think just making sure he sees his bot lane get away is painful. Forces the flash out from Zwaru. Great timing on that one, but the lights go down in the top side, and there's the Pot Blossom. They are caught. They are taken down. 2 easy kills for Nord.
And I like that descriptor. Easy. And that's what it was for Nord. They just have to be expecting that, though. That's my big disappointment in that play. It feels great for Nord. Let's continue this snowball, though, and we'll look to knock on the door of that topside tower. Chachi is going to do his best here to defend this tower. Hesiro really wants this demolished, bro.
Yeah,
Really wants that demolished.
I
bro.
think he's about to be demolished himself. No, Chachi wants the minions more.
Yeah,
Also lower
opponent
mana, to
as
be
well
fair.
actually fears the ghouls, so there's weirdly a good interaction for him. But he found himself with the ghouls on top of him again, and he's gonna have to take a reset. Chachi also actually quite low on the resource bar, so I'd expect he's going to look for a teleport and base back because this dragon's up and Lord certainly want to pick it up.
Alrighty, well, dragon up, like you said. All playing for that. Got the Phantom Dancer. We've got the Ghost Blade finished up onto Hiddo. I'm curious. So, that's what I was about to ask. I was like, is this new? Because I swear it's rapid fire second.
Yeah, normally it would be rapid fire second. I don't know. I have not seen this build on my radar. I'm always very apprehensive about talking about builds, you know? Unless it just looks bad, like, unless it is genuinely bad, right? But AD math is always one that's particularly, at times, let's just say obtuse, right? Sometimes you have to do a little bit of outside thinking, especially because Jhin obviously scales differently off of like the attack speed he gets and what have you, and the overall like movement speed he gets from crits. So maybe it's kind of just the go fast build, more or less. I'm not sure what that means for his damage numbers, but frankly, it's weird where he doesn't need to do too much damage outside of the ult. And frankly, if you think about how Bulldog want to run him down, Jake, I kind of get it.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of get it. Yomu's PD movement speed, I get it. And it was buffed recently. It's actually a very strong item statistically. 10% movement speed, flat. It's not bad. Not bad at all. See how he gets on dealing damage. Nord are very happily picking up this Herald at no contest.
Well, I don't really think Bulldog can, to be honest with you. I do think, though, they can gank Zweiru. Kings the mains down, pillars up. Zweiru is going to surf. That is criminal. He just got away with that. And actually, backup's coming in. As the lights go out, the teleports come in. Tibbers gets summoned. Nice side stop on the Deadly Flourish. But with the curtain has been called, Kasing trying to make the grand escape as Artanis is just going to take that third and fourth shot. Gets caught by the cage, caught by the grubs. Artanis going so low. Chachi continues to chase as the Deadly Flourish from downtown. This is just so one-sided from Nord. Jankos grabs the Jive in the Uber. It's just going to knock up. And yeah, he's going the long way. He's going for the tower. Surviving. No!
Oh!
It was a great escape.
Well, still get that bot tier 2. I think we're in for a very short night tonight.
Yeah.
The way the pace of this game is going. And I feel a bit bad for Bulldog, you know, because it does feel like they are not particularly far from looking like I'm not going to say as strong a team as they were throughout the year. They've changed 4 members, right? But oh wow, being able to get the flash there to keep the tether is quite impressive from Jankos. But it gets to a point where sometimes, you know, you lose long enough, you can't really defend the results. You wonder how much longer that's going to be able to go on for, because once they lose this series, of course, they're going to drop, or rather...
Oh, Deadly Flourish is in. Kasing jumps away, gets the slow again out from Chachi. Artanis is here to make sure, puts up a pillar. Slow Hiddo down. Ghostblade was used, but looks like they're going to be okay. Oh, lights go out, and it's top lane with the actions coming in. Oh, Annie. 0-3. Nice Deadly Flourish that comes out from Hiddo. I'm not getting a moment to breathe. There is just constant fighting at this point. That's going to be the world ender. Barrier used here from Hiddo. They've got the move speed on. He just flashes away from that third Q as in jumps Zweiru, puts a wall down. Hiddo putting some extra damage out. Mum gets called and she does nothing. That is going to be Zweiru securing the kill. Hiddo speeding around the map, hunting down as Visage Chachi still alive. He's got a Q to get himself a bit of healing, and that is going to be the kill. Grubs get summoned. Infernal Chains go wide, puts the cage out. Norda brought the back up, and a Zero slowed. Grubs onto him, 4th shot, and boom. Hiddo takes the kill.
Yep. It's a bit of a slam dunk. Bit of a slam off of Jankos killing Painful in the top side, and so difficult, again, for Bulldog to really get clean lockdown. And without, you know, these members already not having flash, it feels like Bulldog are basically, for the last 10 minutes or so, they fought off cooldown when the flashes come back up, right? And it's just been allowing Nord to reposition. At this point, it's a little bit too far gone, but they really needed to just work on blowing flashes. It's the nuanced way to do it, but you have to just, you know, get these really weird like pillar angles, blow the flashes, and then look for the hard commits afterwards once your cooldowns are back. Hit him picture in picture. It's just painful getting soloed by Nocturne again.
Oh my word.
It's a little bit miserable. It's a little bit miserable. But here's Vyro. We didn't see quite what happened, but it didn't take a lot of critical thinking to figure that out.
They died.
Yeah, and then Chachi's able to kite this
I don't know.
out to its entirety. And let's see how much bonk plus the Deadly Flourish onto Artemis' head. Able to heal through the Deathbringer stance auto, and then one last 4th shot for about 500 HP. Not bad.
At what point is it just bullying? Poor Painful. Oh!
Oh!
Nice little interaction there, and the Infernal Chains and the Blast Cone. Doesn't matter. Thanos in a bit of danger. Caught by the knockback, actually, so we'll take a little bit more poke from Zwiru. Nothing more, though. There we go. Dragon's up. This is Dragon number 3. Bulldog, I don't think they can really contest it. And normally at this point, I'm like, give Dragon, get a little bit more farm, wait for your summoners to all be on side, and then maybe look for a fight and see if you can Hail Mary flip the 4th Dragon. But honestly, with the pace for Nord to play in this game at, I don't think 4th Dragon's going to be even up.
I don't tend to reference this on broadcast often, but I think this might just be a lose in peace game for me.
Yeah.
You know, just lose as gracefully as you can. Maintain what dignity you can hold on to. The 10k at 20 minutes, I think it's just going to get rougher and rougher.
There's the curtain call, there's the wall, and into the backline Jankos goes. Gets caught by the tip, there's a lot of CC, but massive ult from Treat! Absolutely shuts the fight down. Any hope they had is gone. Somehow, 4 walk away though.
Yeah, 4 walk away. It's because the follow-up couldn't quite get through the pillar, actually. But what that ult does do, whilst looking big and flashy, is maintain that Jankos doesn't go down, right? There's no answer because everyone's knocked up and stunned. And that will give Nord the opportunity to pick up the Sarkhan and continue this snowball cleanly. But Jankos has to watch himself moving forward. You can still certainly overcommit, even with this big gold lead that you have. And not that I could see it happening, but there are a lot of shutdowns, right, on Nord. If things start to get a little bit scrappy, the gold lead will close. Like, no 1-for-1 ever ends up being favorable for you. So Jankos definitely has to just keep a slightly higher level of discipline, maybe. But certainly looking for that pick was a good idea.
Yeah, really, really nice pick coming out there. The Dream. How many stacks? 169.
169. Yeah.
So not, well, 170 now, but you know, I'm not gonna keep counting them up. Slowly closing in on the mythical 225. The big question is Dream gonna have it by the next fight? I think that's gonna be a big decider of if Bulldog has a single leg to stand on. It's a 10k gold difference. Maybe if Smolder's on his second item and has his stacks, they have some level of a fight. But I mean, just painful. This is genuinely painful to watch. 0 and 5 on the Annie. Oh,
agonizing.
There it is. 2 members caught. Dream's able to evade away for a brief second. Calls in Mum, but that backup is actually enough for him to find the kill onto Treats. Kasing's able to jump away to safety, so they do trade out. Lose the inhibitor, though. No TT5, though. Not yet.
Give the Smolder the stacks. Hold on. Let him go. Oh, Zero might need to... No. He's not going to need to flash.
Looking for it. It's away from the knockback, but hit by the Deadly Flourish. And it's the curtain called on him. Able to flash away, get some sustain out. Artanis is just going to eat those shots. Dream's still not at that mythical number yet. They're just playing back off, just playing defense. Dragon, 2 minutes 20.
I see. 220, 20 stacks. But Dream lost his flash.
Yeah, I think Hiddo probably gets IE as well. He's got to be close.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I will confirm to you right now that he's got gold for the crit cloak, but not the whole IE. So, sure, he can probably find that gold in and around the map, like this mid tower, for example. And once he gets that, I mean, then he will actually hit like a truck.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. So, Bulldog could go from a worst to... what's the tier list of worst? Is it Like from worst to terrible. that sounds right.
I feel like that's subjective on who thinks worse or terrible's better. I feel like terrible's probably worse than worse. That was a
Jake,
really
we're the
weird
Englishmen
sentence.
on the show.
I
We
know.
should like have a pretty good. You know,
I've
like-
never tiered bad words. Which also now sounds like a really weird sentence as well. I don't mean it in that way.
That's true, right? 225. Wait,
Here it comes.
225.
One more. Oh, no,
Achieve.
there it is. There it is. Okay. Andy's got the Shojin. So he's 2 items in, got the 225. Like, other than going, you know, obviously, like, 6 items is a major spike. I do think, realistically, this is as good as it gets if Bulldog are going to look for any level of a contest, right? Like, they can't really get much better. The goal difference is too big for them to get the time for more spike. Their
Okay.
next spike.
I'm gonna make a controversial call, and I don't think Bulldog are gonna do it. I think they should drop Soul. I actually think that at this point in the game, if they can let Soul go,
What,
peacefully,
just keep stacking?
the game carries on.
Yeah.
The game carries on. Now the issue is if Nord just ignore Dragon Soul and go and do Baron on Spawn, then Bulldog's options go from a couple to one, which is contest or lose. And they've
what they're
seen
doing.
it. They spotted out of the blue wall, Jake. They've got to go forward.
Painful's no flash. That's the big one here. Flash tip is not available. Look at Treats going off to the side. Lights get turned out here, so Bulldog are working in blind the Pop Blossom. Doesn't matter if you got the stacks if you're just dead. Chachi takes the kill. The curtain's out, and Bulldog have absolutely been torn to shreds. Shutdown has been picked up, but it's not going to be enough with only one down. A triple kill onto your Yorick. That IE spike on Hido's too big. Is that a quadra kill
That's a quad.
on Chachi?
Well, he's not. Well, you know what? I did say Hino wasn't going to get a pet the last game, and then he did. So
Yo, Kasing.
let's wait. Kasing, walk off the platform.
See, you know, he's just going to stay on the platform. This is their only hope. Kasing taking a fair amount of poke, then everyone respawns. Nexus is exposed. That's a 26-minute banger there from Nord. Almost got themselves the penta. Unfortunately, not going to be the case.
I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble from Compops for this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Whilst they were ending the game, Zviru asked Kasing to give him the penta because, and I quote, Hido is 32, he needs it. So, just a really good competitive PS there at the end, but that was a very clean game all in all through from Nord, right? There wasn't really too much to talk about there. A lot of the things highlighted throughout the desk and our concerns were very efficiently delivered by Nord. And Bulldog had no answer.
No, they really didn't. That was a very, very dominating day from our two best teams in the league, to be honest. Both Los Ratones and Nord slam out very, very quick 2-0s in this series. But that's fine. That's how this bracket works. They'll now kind of sorting themselves into their upper side, and then the lower teams get, you know, more competitive games down there. I think, you know, some teams are going to have a real good rundown on that lower side of the bracket. I'm excited to see who's going to make it into that you know, into that final spot towards the end of the split. But anyway, we're going to pass it over to our desk to round out this game and all of today's games. So Archer, over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the desk. It's a clean 2-0 coming in from Nord. Extremely complicated to play against that composition. Like, Nocturne goes there, like, lights out. It's really complicated to play against that.
I think they realized the biggest skill gap in all of League of Legends. Press R. They did it so well.
I feel like there was a lot more than this problem, right? I feel like when you are playing for Smolder, someone needs to stall for you. But like the Trundle Annie didn't really stall that much. And then even if Smolder gets really big, who's your front line to stall for the Smolder to do all this damage, to get to these high stacks? And right here, I feel like the bot lane for Bulldog get completely baited. Unk is around, presses R, and they both die.
I think you're really hitting the nail on the head there, Troll, because that was one of my issues with this draft as well. When you're blinding the Trundle, it's not guaranteed you get a tank you can just steal all the magic resist and become a tank yourself. And that wasn't the case. There was no tank you could just become tanky out of. So your frontline consisted of a not so tanky Trundle and an Aatrox who, yes, it can be a bit tanky if they can hit someone all the time, But in this case, you can't see anyone, you can't really know where to position yourself, and the fight's over before you can try and position yourself as a front line. Like, again, I feel like these games were both decided and drafted, and that sucks a bit because I wanted more from Bulldog. I know these teams that guys have more in them, but they just kind of rolled over and died today.
I feel like the next one we're about to see is really interesting because, as you can see, Bulldog, they're looking at Zveros. Zvero overextended quite a few times. They use everything on him, and then he gets away. And suddenly you see there's a chase from Nord all the way to the bot tribus. And suddenly Nocturnal pops in, but where is Nocturne? I want to divert your eyes over in the mid lane because Janko saw an opening. Dream trying to rotate over that bottom of the map to join the fight together with Bulldog. Nocturne catches him off in the mid lane. Nord clean out the rest of the team fight over on the bottom of the map. So that's what I found like really interesting about Nord. They didn't necessarily have to bunch up on that chase, even though everyone was pulling TPs for that. They knew they had the numbers advantage 4 versus 3. So when Jankos saw the pick over in the mid lane, he just took that.
Yeah, and this Yorick was complicated to deal with once we reach a certain part of the game. There's even a sentence here, Vizisachi split pushing, we call that art, and that's a lot of damage coming in from the Yorick as well, but kind of evenly spread on the damage on kills. On the other side, Bulldogs, it was just too complicated to play within the Rift.
I will say though, despite Bulldog messing up the draft, I want to give even more props to Nord here, considering how they went out of the seeding stage with a pretty disappointing game against Rich Gang. This was confident, right? They continued to grow their goal lead. You can see there was really no wiggles in that goal graph, so once they got the lead, they confidently rounded it out, and, you know, props to them. That's a good cleanup, and they need that because they're going to play against Lo Ratons next week.
Now that you bring it up, that's going to be a complicated match, and even Crowny was talking about it, that on the upper bracket, during Spring Split, they lost 2-0 versus Nord. On finals, there's always the curse of the 3-0 versus the Phoenix. A lot to talk about, Trouble.
But it's upper bracket. And it's Los Ratones. And it's tradition. Because in the upper bracket, Bowser's words, they don't care too much. True.
He said it on EMEA. He doesn't care about the upper bracket. It's when they lose the GA that things get serious.
That's when it's real.
But imagine this. You're on the lower bracket. You're trying to make the dream happen. I want to go to Stockholm. And then you either have to fight Nord or LR straight up.
Yeah, I think there's only 2 teams heading to Stockholm. You're really looking up and feel like, oh, I need to beat one of these 2 teams to make it. I think someone like Verton, right? They are my still 3rd favorite to make it into to Stockholm. Like, the battle for those 2 places is ridiculously tough. And winning that upper bracket semi-final just gets you a massive step closer.
It is, but in order to do that, you have to win versus LR, and Nord have that challenge ahead of them. So that's why we're going to bring back into the interview once again. He's back. Treats, welcome back. How you doing, boss?
Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm really happy to see you back on Nord as well. Look at this roster. It's kind of stacked, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit stacked. I would say we should have a good chance to win the split, but I mean, roster is not everything, you know, so we still have to perform.
That is the question I have for you. What has been the hardest with this roster so far? Because it has to click.
Yeah, we haven't actually had that many scrims yet, so clicking has been a bit more difficult than I think most of us would have anticipated. I think mostly in like communication and the way we see the game in mid-game has clashed so far. So I guess when the games are this fast, like the games today, you can't really see it. But that's kind of what we're working on the most, just increasing synergy in mid-game and then having kind of the same opinion on the game.
Previous split treats, we had Yankas doing a lot of shot calling, and I know you know how to play the game and how to lead the chargers. So I believe you might be the one taking the lead right now. Is there any clash between the way you see the game and the way Yankas see the game right now?
I wouldn't say clash.
But are you baiting him into his death?
I mean, if I can do that, it would be nice. But we're both very strong individual opinions, you know, on things. And even if they're not the opposite, sometimes they're not the exact same. So I would say that we're the ones talking the most in the team. So us kind of being on the same page is obviously really important for us. And it's something we're still working on. And it will take some time for sure. We're not perfect at all right now.
I believe you might have someone joining us from heaven. I think Trouble will want...
Hello,
Yeah.
Treats.
Do you hear this? Okay.
Happy to have you back, man. Asha, could you please open your mouth so you can pretend that it's me talking since we can't have me on camera? Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Not you, man.
But I want to do
All
it
right,
too.
so what I wanted to ask is, like, you were here, you left us, boo, Spanish League, whatever. Then you came back. What is the difference between the synergy between you and Jankos from winter to now? If anything,
I would
is
say, I mean, when I play with Santorin before, I think, I don't know, because I've known Santorin for a long time, so I think we had a better base synergy than me and Jankos. I haven't actually like spoken a lot to Jankos before the split or known him very well, so the baseline synergy is not as high as it was with Santorin, so will take a bit more time. In general, both are really fun to play with. Obviously, everyone knows Jankos and how troll he can be, and some funny champions he can play, Nidalee. So yeah, we'll see what happens
there are
in the
rumors
playoffs.
he wanted to play that today? Who shut you
Yeah,
down?
there are confirmed rumors, but it got shut down, unfortunately.
By you or?
I think it was a collective no from the entire team.
I see, okay. Thank you, Treats.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hey, Treats, last question coming in from me, and we can wrap it up. Next one, you know you're facing against. You've met them before. There's a
Yep.
massive curse for Nord versus Los Ratones. What should I expect? I'm a viewer. I've never watched NLC. What am I expecting?
Ooh, I mean, in general, you should expect the highest quality games in NLC for sure. I would say probably top quality EMEA level as well. Two teams that can make it really far. So it's always fun to meet each other early in playoffs, and then obviously if you go further to meet in the finals or something like that again, regardless of who wins or loses. So this is the first battle, and it will be a good test for us as well to kind of see our level, see what we need to work on if we want to add champs or maybe practice some drafts against them for future playoffs. So expect a banger and expect a lot of kills, I would say, and a lot of deaths if you're looking at top lane specifically.
Hopefully. Thank you so much for this one. It's a pleasure to have you back. I hope you have fun doing this one, and let's see what happens. Thank you so much, Streets. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Peace.
Honestly.
So good to have you back.
Props to him, man, because I meant Santorin, not Jankos, but he called it Insta. You know what? You can tell when a player has been broke as trained, because he was also on the NLC, on the analyst test, so props to Treats. A good
was
pro
really
player
fast,
and
yeah.
good talent for any brokers out there who's looking to hire.
Oh, think about that.
Doing that,
But don't
Batanzas
take him
now
away. We
moved
still
it.
have him until the end of the split. Right, we need to look into bracket. What's going to happen in the future and what's happening tomorrow as well. You know that's going to be LR versus Northern next week. Only 8 days away from us. But tomorrow is going to be Rich Gang versus DMG, the team everybody's looking right now. Rich Gang. What can DMG pull? They have a lot to fight against Rich Gang. But then Verdant versus Venom Crest. Not only this is going to be a banger, but also there's a bet. If Verdant wins 2-0, Aragon might paint his hair green, but if Venom Crest wins, if Verdant wins Venom Crest wins the game, exactly, there's going to be a shaving of the head of a coach, by the way. Hey, it's promised. So there's a lot of betting going on, and we'll talk about that further in tomorrow. Any expectations for tomorrow for both of you?
Ooh, I'm actually really looking forward to the Rich Gang playoffs because they still went undefeated over in winter and they fumbled really hard when it was playoffs time. So I really want to see them have a strong beginning now that they're playing up against DMG.
I will
Declan.
say just quickly on this, I think I'm intrigued in the same question, but I feel confident that Rich Gang will not have the same mistakes, right? Because they didn't really scrim in winter. Whereas this time it's a roster not built on big names, but built on a team united around the goal of trying to reach EMEA Masters, which would be top 3, and they were scrimming a long time before the split began, right? They won the Nexus Showdown, they're going to Madrid to watch the LEC finals, and I know from speaking with their manager, they are working very tirelessly behind the scenes. Having summer vacation, they're grinding every day, so I'm very excited to see how far they can reach.
Well, only one team will move on to Stockholm on Sweden, and that means only one team will go to Leagues Disrupt. We talked about it today. That was a weird song as well. I apologize for that. But this is your opportunity to buy the ticket. Go onto that QR code. Use a cell phone. If you don't have one, I have no idea what's happening with you, Grandpa. But buy a ticket for Leagues Disrupt and join us on this massive festival that's going to be filled with music and other stuff that I'm still not allowed to say because I have no idea what's going to happen happen. So, do you have anything to say, Desk? At the end of today, this is the end. This is a wrap up. Duckling, I'll let you start.
Okay.
Oh, trouble.
Yeah, since
No,
you
it's
said
trouble.
Duckling, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, it was a really fast day. I just hope tomorrow we'll get more than 4 games.
Yeah, I think fun day, quick day, enjoyed it. I want.
Okay, hey!
I love good day.
Dude,
It was a good day.
I never expected you to yap less than like 15 words. I never expect this.
I think he said like 5 words. Yeah.
Are you okay, Duckling?
Yeah, I'm just proud of myself.
With that in mind, for you back at home, we love you very much. It's not the same without you because I'm expecting you to be there tomorrow as well, and even on Friday because it's now moving forward. We have 3 days a week. You were used to 2 days of NLC a week. Nah, we're bringing the numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. We are the RL bringing you 3 days a week. That's a lot. So until then, keep climbing. We love you very much, Duckling. By the way, your beard is looking amazing with that light. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm yapping. Take it away. I'll see you tomorrow.
In the north, where the ping is low and the eagles are high, there is only one rule, baby. Shut up this room. Shut up this room. Shut up this room. Shut up this room. Ooh. Ha ha ha. We back up the dream in a dodgy old strap. Got chaos in my trunk and the rat in my hat. The GPS in danger, but I proxy like a chef. It's bossy time, baby. That's a good death. Got chased by bulldogs, no bark, no bite. Told to touch some rest, but then sunburned inside. Could have gone but I followed my feeling. Guess what, baby? We're in Sweden. More than just some players, it's the retired legion. Say just a game, but it's more than a feeling. We're breaking the silence, volume increase. Shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for release is wrapped. We fight through the pain, cause we call that healing. From Solo Q to the northern region. They fight for the glory, the thrill, so just shut up, shut up, shut up. It's time for release is wrapped. Ooh. Wait, you're not convinced yet? Okay, let me tell you why you need that ticket. Double time. Reddy's got a plan, but it's looking kinda sus. I'm toxic like sins, like ping as I run. We're from the north with the dodge fights. You might say our draft is weird. Hey, we won EMEA twice. Lo Raton is quick, sneak on the run on the highs. We got Crown cooking with a snipe, so precise. Belly be lurking in jungle, so sick in my thick as a water game when he shows that puppy pick. Lucky the north, so storm in July. Young cuz gets first blood, blink once and you die. Bring legends back, shares like a Marvel arc. Vision such as split, pushing and we call that art. I'm spitting like ass, got skill in my shots, critching harder than chinks when she pops. So he says the RLs are on the decline. Esports usually get views with us as a headline. More than just some players, it's the retired legion.